are exported, and they're actually exported mainly into Europe. And when we say Europe, specifically Germany and the UK, and the other countries such as Belgium and so forth. Now, what is interesting with those countries, with those export destination markets, is that they've passed legislation that says by 2035, no internal combustion engine vehicles will be sold, new vehicles will be sold in those markets. What that means is that if we don't move with the times, we will lose that market if we don't embrace new energy vehicles in the South African production capabilities.
Let's look at now the infrastructure, the
Yes.
expansion of the charging networks. How are we doing in this regard? So if we talk about 3% uptake, how do
Yeah.
we try and make sure that also the infrastructure? Well, certainly quite a very important occasion here at the Gallagher Estate in the north of Johannesburg. It's all about really this revolution, the NEV and the new energy vehicles. As you know that South Africa as well is tapping into this market. As you know also, the automotive sector in South Africa is quite robust and well structured as well. But to really look at the significance of this inaugural summit, so we do have the CEO of the Automotive Industry Development Centre. That is, of course, Mr. Andile Africa. So thank you so much and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Lovely. Maybe just first and foremost, Mr. Africa, let's look at the importance of the NEV. I mean, we know that climate change, it's an existential crisis.
Yeah.
And also the automotive sector is responding in terms of making sure that it's not left behind.
Yes, the automotive industry in general is one of the biggest polluters in the world, up there with some of the heavy industries. And so as part of the effort in the world to reduce carbon emissions into the atmosphere, the world is moving towards cleaning up their energy by introducing either battery electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, which would pollute less than the normal petrol and diesel vehicles. So today we are unpacking how South Africa can position itself towards this revolution that's happening worldwide. It's happening at a much faster rate than other markets. In South Africa, it's fairly slow at the moment. We're sitting at less than 3% of new vehicle sales that are electric vehicles. However, in other markets in Europe, we're sitting at 40+% of new vehicle sales that are moving from internal combustion engine vehicles to electric or hybrid vehicles.
And I've just been looking some of the top trading partners of South Africa, whether you're looking at China, the likes of Germany, they seem to be making some strides.
Yes.
What can we learn from these trading partners?
The interesting thing about the South African production of automotive is that majority of the vehicles we produce here are exported, and they're actually exported mainly into Europe. And when we say Europe, specifically Germany and the UK, and the other countries such as Belgium and so forth. Now, what is interesting with those countries, with those export destination markets, is that they've passed legislation that says by 2035, no internal combustion engine vehicles will be sold, new vehicles will be sold in those markets. What that means is that if we don't move with the times, we will lose that market if we don't embrace new energy vehicles in the South African production capabilities.
Let's look at now the infrastructure, the
Yes.
expansion of the charging networks. How are we doing in this regard? So if we talk about 3% uptake, how do we try and make sure that also the infrastructure is there?
Yeah. So there's a number of reasons why we're sitting at such a low uptake in South Africa. One is that electric vehicles are more expensive than petrol or diesel vehicles. So that's one area of actually challenge. The second one is the issue of what they call range anxiety. By range anxiety means how far can you go with one charge, right, without having to charge again. And that's what you're talking about now, which is the charging infrastructure. So if you're traveling, for example, from Gauteng to the Eastern Cape, you don't want to be stuck in the middle of the Free State without being able to charge, right? So part of the initiatives that we're discussing today at this EV Summit is it's actually rolling out charging infrastructure. In fact, right behind us here, it's a company that is busy rolling out a 100% black-owned company that's busy rolling out charging infrastructure. So charging infrastructure is one element, and I think it's one of those chicken and egg situations. So which one comes first? But I think what will ignite the sales will be if government can give more incentives. In other markets, what government does is that they've got customer incentives to incentivize you to actually buy an EV. In South Africa at the moment, Treasury has said to us they don't have the money for that. And so we need to think of other innovative ways of incentivizing people to move towards electric vehicles. The other interesting development that's happened is that I've mentioned that EVs are generally more expensive than petrol or diesel vehicles. What do I mean by that? I think up to now we were looking at north of 500,000 rands per vehicle for an EV. The cheapest one was at that range. However, there are some Chinese brands that are coming in now at around the price point of about 340 to 350,000 rands. Now, for me, when they're at that price point, we're really going to start seeing quite an aggressive move, an increase in sales of EVs. And once you see the more vehicles you have, the more charging stations will be rolled out.
And obviously, we know South Africa and the African continent is leading when it comes to the automotive sector.
Yeah.
But obviously, with the EVs, we're seeing the competition is growing. You're looking at Morocco,
Yes.
you're looking at many other players as well. But also, this is accompanied by the very massive motivation that in sub-Saharan Africa, you have the mineral resources space.
Yeah.
Whether you talk about lithium, you're talking about all these key minerals as well. So
Yeah.
how can Africa leverage on that? Because,
Yeah.
the scramble for the African resources, we can see it unfolding right before our eyes.
Yeah, the story of Africa has been a story of extraction when it comes to minerals, and part of the narrative today is that we want to change that. We want to beneficiate the components or the minerals in South Africa, and the biggest opportunity that exists is the battery as a component. Firstly, the battery is the most expensive. It's the largest part of any EV. And so if you're going to achieve our goals of achieving 60% localization, we must localize the battery. As you say, the good thing is that most of the minerals, as you say, lithium, copper, cobalt, are all found in the sub-Saharan Africa market. There is also the Africa Free Trade Agreement that can form part of the incentive for us to work together with the Southern African countries to beneficiate. And so Gauteng is positioning itself as the destination for battery manufacture and beneficiation of minerals in South Africa.
And obviously, Mr. Africa, we cannot walk away from the geopolitical factors. The automotive industry has been also affected by the trade policy coming from the US and reshaping how the industry is working. Well,
Yeah.
What about the EVs? How are they coping in terms of the components and many other factors?
Yeah, so South Africa has a very vibrant components manufacturing industry. And we do a lot of components export. In fact, there are some components manufacturers in South Africa already that export into the US to companies such as Tesla, for example. So the tariffs are not helping. And so there is conversations that are happening at a very high political level between South Africa and the United States to deal with the issue of tariffs. The tariffs have affected us quite drastically in the components manufacturing space. However, fortunately for us in Gauteng, the OEMs that are here, Ford, Nissan, BMW, mainly exporting to Europe and not into the US. So we're not impacted severely in that context. However, in the components manufacturing space, the tariffs are affecting us. Yeah.
What about the hesitance? I mean, obviously, with every massive change,
Yeah.
a radical change of this nature, others will be very skeptical. Others will be like, well, do we have a buy-in? Do we want to be part of this? What can you say to them so that they see that this is quite important? I mean, for example, you look at South Africa's G20 priorities, the issues of climate action, the issues of addressing the greenhouse gas emissions are right there. And also so that they are part of this massive change.
Yeah. So a move to electric vehicles is not an option for us anymore, for a number of reasons. One, for environmental reasons, we will be forced to move towards cleaner energy vehicles going forward. But the interesting thing is that actually, over the life cycle of a vehicle, owning an electric vehicle is actually cheaper than having a petrol or diesel vehicle. So the capital cost may be expensive, but the running cost of an electric vehicle are much lower than the running cost of an ICE vehicle or internal combustion engine vehicle. So people will see over time that there's less moving parts in electric vehicles. Electricity is relatively cheaper than petrol or diesel, and so there are clear advantages for moving from petrol diesel to electric vehicles. Particularly, this reigns true for fleet owners. So if you've got a fleet of vehicles, there's been proven in other markets and even in South Africa that if you move your fleet from diesel, for example, to electric, you do over time save money. Yeah.
And obviously, I was just going through the white paper. It's very comprehensive. Speaking about these profound changes within the sector, do you think it's adequate in terms of addressing the industry's concerns, but also in terms of really, I mean, for example, it talks about the tax, the incentives that are enshrined. Do you think it's quite comprehensive enough in terms of supporting the industry?
I think it does support the industry from a manufacturing point of view. However, from a consumer point of view, it lacks. And I think, what the OEMs are saying, or what the manufacturers are saying, is that in order for us to ignite local market, we need to have some kind of incentive for the consumer. And South African automotive industry was set up around the local market. So you anchor yourself with the local market, and then you're able to attract business for export point of view. So in order for us to increase local market, we need to have incentives for the consumer. And that's where the policy lacks right now.
All right. So thank you so much indeed for your time. Of course, that was Mr. Africa here, really just giving us really just a snapshot in terms of the role played by the Automotive Industry Development Centre, one of the key partners making sure that today is possible. But you do have the innovators, the industry players, and also the policymakers under one roof here at the Gallagher Estate in Johannesburg, really exploring this new sector that is presenting new opportunities and really just supported by so many factors. This is the automotive sector saying that this is all about making sure that they get that momentum, accelerating the pace, especially also when it comes to skills development, forging partnerships within the industry. So stay tuned here. We're going to give you more details during the course of the day.
The future of mobility is here. South Africa is driving towards a greener future with the EV Summit 2025. Join us in Gauteng as we bring together global leaders and investors, industry experts and pioneers, academics, innovators, and the mining sector. Participate in the EV components manufacturing and mineral beneficiation. Connect, collaborate, and invest in the electric vehicle revolution and be part of shaping South Africa's next chapter in automotive innovation. Register to attend the Electric Vehicle Summit and purchase exhibition space to showcase your electric vehicle.
Well, by all means, a very informative session here at the Gallagher Estate. So it's all about the NEV sector and the opportunities that are presented by this particular sector, especially because it's all about fighting climate change as well. This is South Africa's one of the key pillars for South Africa's G20 presidency. But joining us now to hear from the perspective of Gauteng government, we're joined by MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Lebogang Maile. So MEC, once again, thank you so much for your time. I think we cannot run away from the issue of the geopolitical issues and how it's affecting the automotive sector. But let's look at the importance of today, MEC, especially in the context of Gauteng, how you're positioning yourself as a key hub for new EVs.
Thank you very much. You are correct. The geopolitical developments have got serious implications, especially for the automotive sector in South Africa, because as you know, we are a serious player in the sector as South Africa. You will know that 22% of the manufacturing activities that are taking place in South Africa, the automotive sector contributes about that percentage, 22%. So we have a very important role to play, and the sector employs at least 110,000 people in formal jobs. So we've got a very, very, very important role to play, and you can't ignore the developments. So as Gauteng government, we thought it's important to firstly mobilize everyone in the sector so that we can speak with one voice, we can plan together, we can agree on what are the challenges, and we can put a program in place. And that's why we have commissioned the CSIR through one of our entities, AIDC, to develop a strategy for the new energy vehicles. And they've completed that strategy. We will be unveiling it and rolling it out. And that is part of our economic development plan.
And let me see, obviously, I would imagine the issue of job creation, it's very key. For green economy, what could be the opportunities, especially as a way of allaying fears from the people? I mean, with every radical change, there's always skepticism, there's always resistance.
No, definitely. And but at this point, I think the situation is so desperate that all of us and the people want anything that can help grow the economy, anything that can create jobs. But of course, it must not be at the expense of the environment. So there are certain fundamental non-negotiables, like protecting the environment, protecting our interests, and making sure that we look at new and future industries and look at what are the things that can help us fast track the development of the different economic sectors, which includes looking at our minerals like lithium, nickel. How do we optimize them? One of the things we're saying here is that the national government is already putting a strategy on how to exploit and leverage our natural resources.
I mean, so what about the lessons from the likes of China? It appears to be leading in the EVs, and you're part of BRICS, you're part of G20. I would imagine there's quite a lot of peer sharing exercises there.
Yes, China is a star performer in many areas, and I think they have mastered the art of execution. One of the things we can learn from them is perfecting that art of the execution. Because we've got a lot of good plans, but we move a bit slow in implementing. So we will also be working on sharpening our skills and ability to implement.
Before we let you go, Mr., the issue of energy security has been a major issue in South Africa. I mean, even now we talk about just energy transition. So how do we ensure that, for example, the infrastructure is rolled out, but also be able to provide, this new revolution, so to speak?
The good thing is that the Minister of Energy a few days ago has made a bold declaration that we are on the verge of completely eradicating load shedding, and that is good news. But he went further to say we are also looking at the affordability of the energy, and I think it's important for consumers, for households, and for business, because if energy is reliable, it's affordable, it means we will be able to be more productive and be able to have a lot of other activities as part of reindustrializing.
All right. Mr. Maile, thank you so much indeed, sir, for your time. So obviously quite a lot here as expected. It's a 2-day, a very inaugural session where the industry players, the policymakers, and many other stakeholders are here at the Gallagher Estates. So stay tuned for more comprehensive coverage. Well, certainly quite a very important occasion here at the Gallagher Estate in the north of Johannesburg. It's all about really this revolution, the NEV and the new energy vehicles. As you know that South Africa as well is tapping into this market. As you know also, the automotive sector in South Africa is quite robust and well structured as well. But to really look at the significance of this inaugural summit, so we do have the CEO of the Automotive Industry Development Centre. That is, of course, Mr. Andile Africa. So thank you so much and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Lovely. Maybe just first and foremost, Mr. Africa, let's look at the importance of the NEV. I mean, we know that climate change, it's an existential crisis.
Yeah.
And also the automotive sector is responding in terms of making sure that it's not left behind.
Yes, the automotive industry in general is one of the biggest polluters in the world. Up there with some of the heavy industries. And so, as part of the effort in the world to reduce carbon emissions into the atmosphere, the world is moving towards cleaning up their energy by introducing either battery electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, which would pollute less than the normal petrol and diesel vehicles. So today, we are unpacking how South Africa can position itself towards this revolution that's happening worldwide. It's happening at a much faster rate in other markets. In South Africa, it's fairly slow at the moment. We're sitting at less than 3% of new vehicle sales that are electric vehicles. However, in other markets in Europe, we're sitting at 40 plus percent of new vehicle sales that are moving from internal combustion engine vehicles to electric or hybrid vehicles.
And I've just been looking some of the top trading partners of South Africa, whether you're looking at China, the likes of Germany, they seem to be making some strides.
Yes.
What can we learn from these trading partners?
The interesting thing about the South African production of automotive is that majority of the vehicles we produce here are exported, and they're actually exported mainly into Europe. And when we say Europe, specifically Germany and the UK, and the other countries such as Belgium and so forth. Now, what is interesting with those countries, with those export destination markets, is that they've passed legislation that says by 2035, no internal combustion engine vehicles will be sold, new vehicles will be sold in those markets. What that means is that if we don't move
Well, certainly quite a very important occasion here at the Gallagher Estate in the north of Johannesburg. It's all about really this revolution, the NEV and the new Well, certainly quite a very important occasion here at the Gallagher Estate in the north of Johannesburg. It's all about really this revolution, the NEV and the new energy vehicles. As you know that South Africa as well is tapping into this market. As you know also, the automotive sector in South Africa is quite robust and well structured as well. But to really look at the significance of this inaugural summit, so we do have the CEO of the Automotive Industry Development Centre. That is, of course, Mr. Andile Africa. So thank you so much and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Lovely. Maybe just first and foremost, Mr. Africa, let's look at the importance of the NEV. I mean, we know that climate change, it's an existential crisis.
Yeah.
And also the automotive sector is responding in terms of making sure that it's not left behind.
Yes, the automotive industry in general is one of the biggest polluters in the world. Up there with some of the heavy industries. And so, as part of the effort in the world to reduce carbon emissions into the atmosphere, the world is moving towards cleaning up their energy by introducing either battery electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, which would pollute less than the normal petrol and diesel vehicles. So today we are unpacking how South Africa can position itself towards this revolution that's happening worldwide. It's happening at a much faster rate than other markets. In South Africa, it's fairly slow at the moment. We're sitting at less than 3% of new vehicle sales that are electric vehicles. However, in other markets in Europe, we're sitting at 40 plus percent of new vehicle sales that are moving from internal combustion engine vehicles to electric or hybrid vehicles.
And I've just been looking some of the top trading partners of South Africa, whether you're looking at China, the likes of Germany, they seem to be making some strides.
Yes.
What can we learn from these trading partners?
The interesting thing about the South African production of automotive is that majority of the vehicles we produce here are exported, and they're actually exported mainly into Europe. And when we say Europe, specifically Germany and the UK, and the other countries such as Belgium and so forth. Now, what is interesting with those countries, with those export destination markets, is that they've passed legislation that says by 2035, no internal combustion engine vehicles will be sold, new vehicles will be sold in those markets. What that means is that if we don't move with the times, we will lose that market if we don't embrace new energy vehicles in the South African production capabilities.
Let's look at now the infrastructure, the
Yes.
expansion of the charging networks. How are we doing in this regard? So if we talk about 3% uptake, how do we try and make sure that also the infrastructure is there?
Yeah. So there's a number of reasons why we're sitting at such a low uptake in South Africa. One is that electric vehicles are more expensive than petrol or diesel vehicles. So that's one area of actually challenge. The second one is the issue of what they call range anxiety. By range anxiety means how far can you go with one charge, right? Without having to charge again. And that's what you're talking about now, which is the charging infrastructure. So if you're traveling, for example, from Gauteng to the Eastern Cape, you don't want to be stuck in the middle of the Free State without being able to charge, right? So part of the initiatives that we're discussing today at this EV Summit is actually rolling out charging infrastructure. In fact, right behind us here, it's a company that is busy rolling out a 100% black-owned company that's busy rolling out charging infrastructure. So charging infrastructure is one element, and I think it's one of those chicken and egg situations. So which one comes first? But I think what will ignite the sales will be if government can give more incentives. In other markets, what government does is that they've got customer incentives to incentivize you to actually buy an EV. In South Africa at the moment, Treasury has said to us they don't have the money for that. And so we need to think of other innovative ways of incentivizing people to move towards electric vehicles. The other interesting development that's happened is that I've mentioned that EVs are generally more expensive than petrol or diesel vehicles. What do I mean by that? I think up to now we were looking at north of 500,000 rands per vehicle for an EV. The cheapest one was at that range. However, there are some Chinese brands that are coming in now at around the price point of about 340 to 350,000 rands. Now, for me, at that price point, we're really going to start seeing quite an aggressive move, an increase in sales of EVs. And once you see the more vehicles you have, the more charging stations will be rolled out.
And obviously, we know South Africa and the African continent is leading when it comes to the automotive sector. Yeah. But obviously, with the EVs, we're seeing the competition is growing. You're looking at Morocco, yes. You're looking at many other players as well. But also, this is accompanied by the very massive motivation that in sub-Saharan Africa, you have the mineral resources space. Yeah. Whether you're talking about lithium, you're talking about all these key minerals as well. So how can Africa leverage on that? Because, the scramble for the African resources, we can see it's unfolding right before our eyes.
Yeah, the story of Africa has been a story of extraction when it comes to minerals. And part of the narrative today is that we want to change that. We want to beneficiate the components rather the minerals in South Africa. And the biggest opportunity that exists is the battery as a component. Firstly, the battery is the most expensive. It's the largest part of any EV. And so if you're going to achieve our goals of achieving 60% localization, we must localize the battery. As you say, the good thing is that most of the minerals, as you say, lithium, copper, cobalt, are all found in the sub-Saharan Africa market. There is also the Africa Free Trade Agreement that can form part of the incentive for us to work together with the Southern African countries to beneficiate. And so Gauteng is positioning itself as the destination for battery manufacture and beneficiation of minerals in South Africa.
And obviously, Mr. Africa, we cannot walk away from the geopolitical factors. I mean, the automotive industry has been also affected by the trade policy coming from the US and reshaping how the industry is working. Well,
Yeah.
what about the EVs? How are they coping in terms of the components and many other factors?
Yeah, so South Africa has a very vibrant components manufacturing industry, and we do a lot of components export. In fact, there are some components manufacturers in South Africa already that export into the US to companies such as Tesla, for example. So the tariffs are not helping, and so there is conversations that are happening at a very high political level between South Africa and the United States to deal with the issue of tariffs. The tariffs have affected us quite drastically in the components manufacturing space. However, fortunately for us in Gauteng, the OEMs that are here, Ford, Nissan, BMW, mainly exporting to Europe and not into the US. So we're not impacted severely in that context. However, in the components manufacturing space, the tariffs are affecting us.
What about the hesitance? I mean, obviously, with every massive change,
Yeah.
a radical change of this nature, others will be very skeptical. Others will be like, well, do we have a buy-in? Do we want to be part of this? What can you say to them so that they see that this is quite important? I mean, for example, you look at South Africa's G20 priorities, the issues of climate action, the issues of addressing the greenhouse gas emissions are right there. And also so that they are part of this massive change.
Yeah. So a move to electric vehicles is not an option for us anymore, for a number of reasons. One, for environmental reasons, we will be forced to move towards cleaner energy vehicles going forward. But the interesting thing is that actually, over the life cycle of a vehicle, owning an electric vehicle is actually cheaper than having a petrol or diesel vehicle. So the capital cost may be expensive, but the running cost of an electric vehicle are much lower than the running cost of an ICE vehicle or internal combustion engine vehicle. So people will see over time that there's less moving parts in electric vehicles. Electricity is relatively cheaper than petrol or diesel, and so there are clear advantages for moving from petrol diesel to electric vehicles. Particularly, this reigns true for fleet owners. So if you've got a fleet of vehicles, that's been proven in other markets and even in South Africa, that if you move your fleet from diesel, for example, to electric, you do over time save money.
And obviously, I was just going through the white paper. It's very comprehensive. Speaking about these profound changes within the sector, do you think it's adequate in terms of addressing the industry's concerns, but also in terms of really, I mean, for example, it talks about the tax, the incentives that are enshrined. Do you think it's quite comprehensive enough in terms of supporting the industry?
I think it does support the industry from a manufacturing point of view. However, from a consumer point of view, it lacks. And I think, what the OEMs are saying, or what the manufacturers are saying, is that in order for us to ignite local market, we need to have some kind of incentive for the consumer. And South African market, South African automotive industry was set up around the local market. So you anchor yourself with the local market, and then you're able to attract business for export point of view. So in order for us to increase local market, we need to have incentives for the consumer, and that's where the policy lacks right now.
All right. So thank you so much indeed for your time. Of course, that was Mr. Africa here, really just giving us really just a snapshot in terms of the role played by the Automotive Industry Development Centre, one of the key partners making sure that today is possible. But you do have the innovators, the industry players, and also the policymakers under one roof here at the Gallagher Estate in Johannesburg, really exploring this new sector that is presenting new opportunities and really just supported by so many factors. This is the automotive sector saying that this is all about making sure that they get that momentum, accelerating the pace, especially also when it comes to skills development, forging partnerships within the industry. So stay tuned here, we're going to give you more details during the course of the day.
This is BRICS Africa Channel. We are here at the testing center with the objective of having a conversation with Dr. Zulu. And the conversation is in regard with the upcoming new energy vehicles in October 2025. We've seen the shift, global shift markets like Europe and China and US aggressively phasing out of internal combustion engines. South Africa is positioning itself in this fast-changing global automotive landscape through the NEV Summit. How do you see South Africa positioning itself and taking advantage of this paradigm shift from ICE to the NEV cars, vehicles?
Thank you for welcoming to your channel. Good morning to your viewers, to your listeners across the continent and the globe. For us, South African history in manufacturing cars spans over 100 years. So we, as a country, we've been in the game of manufacturing. And this experience has been critical in preparing us for what's upcoming. The new energy vehicles are a reality. And as South Africa, it's what, as a country that has focused on the automotive industry for a number of years, we currently have a more than 60% production capacity in Gauteng. Also, as a country, South Africa is ranked amongst the top leading automotive manufacturers in the continent. So the positioning of South Africa has not come at a better time. I'm saying better time in terms of some of the requirements of these new energy vehicles. We are blessed as a country, also as a continent, Africa, to have all these mineral resources that are required as part of the key components in manufacturing the battery components. And for us, the positioning of South Africa as a gateway to Africa, as also as a gateway to the world, because if you look at our geopolitical location,
Yes.
we are in the east-west pendulum. And the Cape Horn, with the traffic that's coming in from a logistics perspective, position us to be a more strategic country to host the new evolution, the new changes that's coming in, so that we are able to then to be the hub and spoke to the rest of the world. And also having strong trade connections in Europe, in the US, in China, in India, and in Brazil. Part of that makes us to have even a better footprint within the vast continents, or the continents that are strategic for us to actually grow in the sector.
Yes, I understand. But having had such a long history of car manufacturer,
Yeah.
how do you see the transition from ICE to new energy vehicles taking place? Is that not going to be disruptive somehow when we look at earning power of South Africans, earning power of our neighbors? So how is that transition going to take place in the real sense of it?
You know, disruptive innovation has been the cornerstone of any industrialization, because you need these disruptive innovations for us to change into the new avenues. You know, I always say people are always scared of change.
Yes.
We're always fearful of change. People are saying, what if this change comes in and we're not ready? What if this change moves our cheese,
Exactly.
so to speak? So I'm saying, as a country, we are ready. Yes, it might be a painful process. Like any plane, when it's taking off, you might experience some turbulence in terms of the supply chains that we're used to. But the reality is that NEVs are reality. The whole global dynamic, or the global change, is moving towards energy vehicles. Our biggest trade partner, China, has embraced new energy vehicles. And I think from a population perspective, we need to look at as Africa as a continent that could be consumers of these new energy vehicles. Yes, it will come with challenges. Infrastructure is going to be one, from charging stations, and also sourcing of mineral resources that are required from a logistics perspective are going to be a challenge. But I think part of us as the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, we've already engaged with some of our partners in the SEZ space. We are part of the 240 plus SEZs that exist around the continent. And part of our discussion has been, let's find a way of harnessing this change. Let's have bilateral agreements, trade agreements, and green lanes that are going to have seamless movements of the commodities or the minerals that are required for this disruptive innovation. And for us, it's a state of being prepared for what's coming, because the reality is that the world is facing energy crisis, but at the same time, the world is looking towards innovation and looking at some of the embracing of Industry 4.0. Yes. And also there's a discussion of, Industry 5.0 in the pipeline. So part of this change of new energy vehicles is going to position us as one of the global leading countries in the world. If you look at most countries, industrialization has been the cornerstone of driving the economic transformation, of growing the economy. I think for us, embracing new energy vehicles and slowly, I'm not saying discarding the ICE. The ICE or the internal combustion engine are going to be a reality, especially in the rural areas, in the areas where there's not much of infrastructure. But it's a change and the phase that we need to embrace over time and put measures in place, or infrastructure in place, or the right investment in place to harness this change. Because the reality is that there's a demand for this change. If the demand is saying to us, let's hit to the call of the demand so that we can be the suppliers, so we can be the center stage. As we know, some of the fundamental core of the economies, like the mines and other areas, are slowly diminishing. So we need to look at how do we innovatively position ourselves as South Africa into the new changes that are happening across the world. And I think any new energy vehicles have now become the vehicle for us to actually embrace that change.
Thank you very much for that answer. The theme of the summit is driving Gauteng towards a green automotive economy. What unique advantages does Gauteng, and specifically Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone offer to attract investors and OEMs in the new energy vehicle sector?
The production capacity of Gauteng, as alluded earlier on, is over 60%. And part of that 60%, or the greater part of that 60%, comes from the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. The Ford and the VW Amarok, the Ford Range and the VW Amarok production capacity is the biggest contributor towards that productivity that showcases Gauteng as the cornerstone or is the core or is the heart of automotive production or automotive manufacturing. And the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, having played a role of the automotive sector contributing at least 1% of the 5.3 that the automotive sector contributed. Part of that percent came from the production value chain that Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone supports. So from that production capacity, Gauteng is then geared and ready to be part of the increased production capacity that's required, whether you're looking at the new NEV vehicles, or the plug-in hybrids, or any other forms. I think the positioning of the Tshwane Automotive is at the right place, because if you look from a geopolitical perspective, we are situated within the N1, the N4, the N3 corridors. All of these corridors talks to issues of easing logistics, facilitating easier trading routes, also reaching into trading partners, with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement being fast-tracked to be implemented. The Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone is positioned because part of our plans is to harness the production capacity of the new energy vehicles or any form of an automotive manufacturing to greater heights. And part of that, we are doing it in the development of phase 2, which is going to harness a lot of new energy vehicles production capacity. 2 of our investors are going to be producing some top class NEVs, one focusing on the bus manufacturing and the others in other sectors of the whole value chain up to last mile. So part of our phase 2, even our phase 3 pipeline, talks to the capability of the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone having the capacity to support the demand that's coming from the different parts of the automotive production capacity.
Okay. How critical is localization of the value chain, and what role will TASAS play in ensuring beneficiation and industrial development that it stays within the country?
Localization is a non-negotiable. And localization is a must. And localization for us talks to expansion of the sector, but also the cake becomes bigger for SMMEs, for entrepreneurs, for researchers, for industrialists, for all forms of skills that will come in to be able to change the landscape. And I think for us, as we look at 2035 from a SA Automotive Master Plan, part of the Automotive Master Plan looks at localization by 2035. And we're saying we want to reach that 60% localization. And us as TASAS, we are geared towards achieving that goal. But we're not going to achieve that goal as just a number of 60%. We want to achieve it with your OEMs, with your tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, up to also hand-holding the SMMEs that are critical to be part of this value chain. Because we're not going to achieve a 60% value chain as a small island with a few OEMs surrounding us. We need to look at how do we broaden participation. Part of us is that we're looking at broadening participation. Part of us is achieving 25% Black participation. That's for us talks to issues of transformation. So the issue of localization is not talking to also economic issues where we bring in more commodities, we manufacture, we industrialize, we beneficiate. It's looking at how do we plug into all different corners of the supply chain that we have and make sure that everyone in the value chain has a role to play so that we are able then to say we've developed a core of Black industrialists, which we in our phase 2 is part of our focus. We've produced many factories that are going to harness small SMMEs that are contributing to the value chain, that are contributing to localization. And what we found out through our small research is that there's a pool of talent in South Africa with capable skills, with capable technology to supply the current OEMs, to supply the current market. The issue is that we need to plug in more research and development and fund more R&D to harness the components that are manufactured in a different aspects. And lucky for us, in 2 weeks back, we had a NACAM show, which is an association of components manufacturers. Part of those components manufacturers, most of them are local. They're supplying the rest of the world. It's a question of saying, how do we harness all the technology that has been gained over the 100 years of experience and make sure that we then focus on achieving that 60%. And in that journey, we bring everyone on board, education institutions, the research and development institutions, government, private sector, and everyone needs to contribute towards seeing the bigger picture of localization.
That is a holistic ecosystem,
Yes.
so to say. And it speaks to the entire notion of the fourth industrial revolution.
Correct.
And the development of AI and other technologies that are coming up. One of the key objectives of the summit is youth and skills development. How is TASAS working with its strategic partners like the AIDC to ensure South African youth and SMMEs are equipped for opportunities in the new energy vehicle supply chain?
Skills development and SMME development, it's in our hearts, it's in our core. And I'm saying in our core because with our sister entity, the AIDC, as you see where we are,
Yes.
part of where we are is a testing facility. And this testing facility is aimed at harnessing the right skills that are going to feed into the energy vehicles. And as the theme of the summit, our focus is on skills development. And luckily for us, between ourselves and AIDC, we have invested time and resources in ensuring that there is a pipeline of relevant skills that are going to feed into the energy vehicles. And I think for us as TASAS, we have learned from the history when we onboarded the investors that we had. Part of the biggest challenge was to match the skills of the investor that is coming from a different country versus the local skill that they require to make sure that the productivity happens with speed, on time, on a 24-hour basis. And part of that bridging, we needed to do a lot of interventions on the skills development aspect to make sure that we bridge the gap and make sure that there is a common understanding of what are the different expectations from a skills perspective between the investor, the OEMs, and the community that we serve. And I think part of us, we have got strong ties with the community. We've signed a social compact which has committed us to say, we've got a standing agreement with our community. We have got different deliverables and different pillars of deliverables, and SMME development, skills development, enterprise development, preferential procurement, socioeconomic development are part of that core social compact. And I think those are linked to your triple BE transformation agenda, which we want to harness also in our journey. But also, SMME development. SMMEs are future big business. I always say they call it now MSMEs. That's a new terminology that they use. But I think it's important to understand that if we harness the SMMEs, they are going to mature to become bigger business. And I think for us, it's a core focus because that's where we're going to achieve the issues of employment, because employment is part of our passion. We are passionate about getting South Africa employed. We know of the youth unemployment in this country, and part of our focus is to curb and decrease the youth unemployment. Women is our focus as well in this NEV Summit. We want to see more women. And as recent as 2-3 weeks back at the NECAM show, we signed a partnership agreement with a women organization called WASA, which is Women in Automotive South Africa. So these women are technical experts, they are managers, they are engineers, they are the core of the women transformation that we've signed partnership. And we constantly do that. And also part of what we'll be doing is to look at how do we bring in also the element of skills development and advancing the women. As you know, less than 5% of the global executive, less than 5% are women. So we need to change that number. We need to see more women going to executive leadership within the automotive sector. And it is a global problem. It's not a South African problem only. So we want to also use the summit to drive those agenda. We're focusing on gender, youth, and the disabled. We want to bring in this disabled onto the table and say, as disabled societies, you're part of this industry. You should be here. You should be contributing towards this economic transformation. And part of that is us ensuring that we skill. As we know, we've got a pipeline feed of training about 5,000 youngsters every year. It's our target. And as TASES alone and about TASES with partnership with AIDC, it's what we constantly drive year in, year out. And as you see, both TASES and AIDC have established academies that are focusing on different skilling that are required to focus on the SMMEs, the youth, the disabled, so that we're able to then tackle all corners of skills development and bring them into the core so that we build the future pipeline for NEV evolution.
Thank you. The move towards new energy vehicles requires not only a vehicle production, but also supporting infrastructure like battery plants and charging networks. How prepared is TASES ecosystem to attract and support these critical investments?
TASES has been focusing and investing on energy mixes for starters. Part of our focus is looking at how do we find different energy mixes? How do we define different microgrids that feed into the system? It's a compliance issue by 2035. As you know, there's a 2035 hard stop for carbon footprint in the production system. And part of decarbonization and net zero carbon achievements is looking at how do we find innovative ways of supporting carbon-free environments. So the charging station is also part of the infrastructure that we're sourcing from different partners. We've got different partners that are actually, as we speak today, I was driving from a meeting that is looking at partnering with us, TASES, in advancing the charging stations across the Gauteng, across different aspects of infrastructures that will require expansion of the charging station. Because, as you said, rightfully so, yes, we can have these new energy vehicles. The issue is that do we have infrastructure to harness what the demand that is going to be coming, or what we're going to be supplying to the world? And I think part of the infrastructure is building these charging stations so that they're able to then have, people can have access towards charging station. but also looking at also new energy mixes. Hydrogen is some of the solution. Green hydrogen is one of the areas that we're focusing on to see how we can also harness green hydrogen into NEV space to make sure that we develop new energies in the different aspects to make sure that the gospel of new energy vehicles comes from different aspects of our interventions. And I think as we partner with some of the special economic zones across the country, where we also plan to put those charging stations. We have already had discussions with some of the special economic zones to say, we want to expand our network, our footprint of supporting the infrastructure to the SEZ. And that will cascade from the local SEZ to the SEZ across the continent. Can you imagine Tazas pioneering the endorsement or the installation of infrastructure across 240 SEZs? That's a game changer for the whole African continent. It opened doors for those in the African continent who saw the energy vehicles as a threat to their livelihood, to their existence, and also to their daily, whereabouts. So I think for us, it's exciting times where we see ourselves as part of infusing hope and leading by example in making sure that part of what we do is investing in what we believe in.
Thank you very much. In conclusion, and unfortunately it's a longer question, the New Energy Vehicle Summit emphasizes collaboration between industries, academia, and government. From TESA's perspective, what strategic partnerships are you most keen to forge through this summit, and how do you envision them shaping South Africa's long-term new energy vehicle strategy?
Collaborations are important. For us, we have developed at TASAS because we've collaborated with a number of investors that are coming from different countries. And part of the SEZ strategy, TASAS strategy, is to attract investment from the different countries that we have partners with. In changing the landscape, we want to leverage on the existing partners that we have. We have got BRICS, where we have Brazil, and which is a strong partner in the fueling systems, in the biofuel and other, clean fuel resources that Brazil has been able to harness over the years. We've got China. China is one of the leading battery manufacturers in the world with different NEV manufacturers. We visited one 3 months back, which is BYD, which part of BYD, as you know from history, they've been developing batteries, cell phone batteries for a number of years. So for us, collaborating with people that have been in the game is one of the core strategies. That's why we went and fostered this relationship with BYD to say, when we go into the NEV space, we want to go with people that have been part of that. So China is one. India. Also, if you look at the new cost-effective NEV vehicles, India is one of the core countries that are leading in that segment. So we want to then say, how do we then collaborate within the BRICS and bring in these strategic partners and the companies? And when we bring in a country, we bring in partners that we're going to collaborate with, different partners that are coming from different countries. Russia in the material science, innovation, and other technologies also will come into play. So we're looking at the whole value chain of partners that we currently have and saying, how do we leverage from the partners? And I know now BRICS has expanded to attract more other partners. So BRICS will be one area of where we enforce collaboration. And if you look at the summit, some of the pipeline of the speakers, the participants are coming from those countries. We've invited also OEMs that are across the world. I mean, we've gone as far as inviting quite a number of them to come and be part of this collaborative effort to make sure that we are able to then transition to our destiny and actually achieve some of the objectives with ease. As you know, in our tradition, it takes a village to raise a child. So we've called the whole village. Let's form a formidable force that will enable us to actually achieve the broader results of the summit, of the future of 2030, also the 2050 strategy which African continent has in achieving some of the greater objectives within the logistics and other value chains.
Last question, or rather a comment. You mentioned something very interesting, national collaboration here at home.
Yeah.
Observing the type of regulations that we have in the development of new energy vehicles, is there any part of the regulation that might be deemed in the industry as a bottleneck, and which will be that one? And what will it facilitate if we removed that bottleneck regulation?
Yeah, I understand there's quite a number of regulations that a lot of OEMs, a lot of the industry, let me say the industry, has been having a view on. But I think from a TASA's perspective, we harness those views, and from a policy advocacy,
Yes.
We advocate for policy changes. And luckily for us, DTIC is one of our shareholders, a parent company. So if it's policy related to DTIC, we then advance the policy comments to make sure that we change some of the regulations. But also we have partnership with the likes of Department of Transport, which some of the aspects of these bottlenecks might have come from. But I'm glad that in the latter years, Transport has developed a green transport strategy that looks at unlocking those bottlenecks, or unlocking some of the doors that have been opened for a lot of industries. So I understand the issue of policy and regulations have been one of the challenges that we have as a country. But as TASAs, we've been open to the industry and say, if there's challenges, our door is open, and we could be the mouthpiece between the industry and government, because we're part of government, to make sure that we send the right message, we advocate for what the industry is looking for in the longer run.
Dr. Pega Zulu, thank you very much for this enlightening conversation. This is Prof. Paul Tembe winding up our conversation today on the upcoming summit on NEV.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The future of mobility is here. South Africa is driving towards a greener future with the EV Summit 2025. Join us in Gauteng as we bring together global leaders and investors, industry experts and pioneers, academics, innovators, and the mining sector. Participate in the EV components manufacturing and mineral beneficiation. Connect, collaborate, and invest in the electric vehicle revolution, and be part of shaping South Africa's next chapter in automotive innovation. Register to attend the Electric Vehicle Summit and purchase exhibition space to showcase your electric vehicle solutions. The EV Summit, driving Gauteng towards a green automotive economy. Let's drive the future. Register now.
An office block that once stood vacant for a few years has been repurposed to now accommodate over 700 National Student Financial Aid scheme-accredited students enrolled in institutions of higher learning in and around the Braamfontein precinct. Having commenced operations in the second semester of 2025, the laboratory building has had a gradual uptake, housing about 500 students from nearby technical and vocational education and training colleges and universities. This building, within close proximity to transport infrastructure and shopping opportunities within the Park Station precinct, has been built to offer a conducive learning environment for the young people for many years to come, boasting the following amenities: computer rooms, rooftop sports facility, braai and social areas, group and individual study rooms, gym, laundry facilities, biometrics access, 24-hour security and CCTV, transport, PRASA is proud to showcase this development as well as its rail and property strategies, which aim to grow revenue to 2.5 billion rand by 2035. The City of Johannesburg's first citizen was on hand to declare the building officially opened.
Now, Chair, we took a view that we want to reclaim Johannesburg when we came into office. And that meant we need to start a process to create partnerships. There are property owners who have invested in Johannesburg over 50 billion rands into the city. Now we cannot allow this city to collapse. Now we have to push back. And that's exactly what we are doing now. We're pushing back so that we can protect the investments that we have put in the inner city of Johannesburg. We have seen a lot of students in Johannesburg not having accommodation, some forced to sleep in libraries, some sleeping somewhere in Metro Center in our buildings, precisely because they cannot afford the costs of student accommodation. So we're excited that we have started this process. And in fact, it's a very beautiful building. I saw some of the buildings we have in the city. I believe we can turn around all these buildings. It requires commitment, dedication, and sacrifice from all of us. As long as all of us can share in the vision to turn around the city, we can achieve it.
Mayor, earlier this year we came and met with the CEO about this whole idea of a transit-oriented development around Park Station, because we felt that when the presidential group was established, that if we can fix the area around Park Station and around Carlton and going in that direction, half of our work will be done in the city of Joburg. And I'm glad to say that there's a lot that has happened. It's just that maybe there's not much that is said, and I'm glad that PRASA is doing this today for them to mention.
Distinguished guests, it is really a pleasure of mine. As you'd see, I'm very passionate about this project, to welcome you all to this very momentous occasion as we officially launch Intersight's 695-bed student accommodation facility here in the heart of Braamfontein. Today marks not just the opening of a building, but it represents the realization of PRASA's broader vision to unlock the value of our property portfolio, while supporting the national priorities such as youth development, access to education, and urban regeneration. Through our asset management subsidiary Intersight, we are reimagining the role of transport-linked properties as catalysts for social and economic progress. This project embodies that commitment, transforming underutilized land into a space that provides safe, affordable, and above all, dignified accommodation for our students, who represent, as I said, the future of our country. PRASA looks forward to showcasing this development as a tangible example of the broader rail and property strategy, which aims to grow the revenue to 2.5 billion by 2035. These strategies are anchored in property development, co-investment with partners, lease buybacks, and station precinct modernization, among other initiatives that promote financial stability. In addition, you're pleased to know that we are exploring opportunities in renewable energy and fiber optics to create new lucrative revenue streams that will secure PRASA's future sustainability. PRASA is not a commercial entity that should be measured from a profitability perspective. It's a service, and it's a community service, and it's not a profit-making entity. So that's point number one. But having said that, what the aim from PRASA is to make sure that from a commercial fair revenue, we're able to at least break even to do some of the things that need to be done at PRASA. Now, The strategy of utilizing assets of PRASA is very fundamental in terms of sustainability, our sustainability. And that is why the strategy of asset management under Intersight. We've created Intersight. It's a commercial entity that is developing all PRASA's assets such that we can be able to recognize revenue from those assets and be able to plow in to PRASA in the areas which are required.
If we look at the strategic role of Intersight, in essence, Intersight is the commercial investment arm of PRASA. Its role is to translate dormant and underutilized assets, as I've mentioned before, into productive investments like this one, through structured partnerships with the private sector, development leases, co-investment, and smart infrastructure initiatives. Our strategic focus, the chairperson had already indicated, but we have 3 pillars that we form. It's the first and most important being asset optimization and development. We are transforming key station precincts and surplus land into mixed-use urban nodes that integrate transport, housing, retail, and commercial opportunities. Secondly, we are looking at investment enablement as the investment arm of PRASA and revenue generation.
Intersight has a couple of strategies that we use to be able to generate the revenue from assets that PRASA already own. And one of our very, very important strategies is to build student accommodation. We are also building affordable housing. We do have affordable housing that we've built in Cape Town. And we're also looking at renewable energy and also just urban development and the renewal of the already existing precincts.
Structuring investment vehicles and partnerships that attract private capital, whilst most importantly, safeguarding the state's interest. And lastly, sustainable infrastructure and innovation. We are leveraging PRASA's property, fiber networks for digital renewable energy projects from station solar plants that we have already started in KZN to fiber commercialization, positioning PRASA as a platform for smart infrastructure delivery.
This growth strategy is anchored in property development, co-investments, lease buybacks, and station precinct modernization. Among other initiatives, renewable energy and fiber optics to create lucrative revenues for future sustainability.
We are still very much at the beginning of our program. If I can just give you a little bit of history, PRASA had an organizational restructure, and as the current Intersight board, we came in on the 1st of April 2025. And that's when we were given the mandate to say that, these are the assets in form of land, in form of buildings, in form of fiber. We need to come up with a strategy to be able to generate revenue. And our outlook is that by 2035, we are looking to generate 2.5 billion rand in revenue.
This is BRICS Africa channel, in conversation with the CEO of AIDC, Mr. Andile Africa. Good morning.
Good morning, Prof.
It's a pleasure to be here with you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
South Africa has endorsed BRICS 2024 Kazan Declaration on Fair Development and Security, which includes calls actually for greener industrialization shared in the new energy vehicles value chains. How does the new Energy Value Chain Summit 2025 position Gauteng and South Africa as a continental hub for green mobility manufacturing within BRICS framework?
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. The New Energy Summit 2025 will position Gauteng in particular as a destination for investment for new energy vehicles. In fact, we already are a player. The BMW X3 plug-in hybrid is produced less than 3 kilometers from where we're sitting now at BMW in Roslyn. The Ford Motor Company in Silverton here in Tshwane produces also the hybrid of the Ford Ranger. So we already are positioned as Gauteng. We're already players in the new energy vehicle market. We are looking to attract new investors in this space, particularly Chinese brands, to localize manufacturing of new energy vehicles, particularly battery electric vehicles in Gauteng.
So in fact, you're speaking of an entire value chain.
Right. So what I'm saying is that the value chain and the ecosystem of vehicle manufacturing exists already in Gauteng, and we will be aiming to highlight our readiness as Gauteng to host manufacturers of new electric vehicles. The premises where you're sitting now, which is the Automotive Supplier Park, owned by or run by the AIDC in Gauteng, hosts about 16 manufacturers, 22 factories under roof, where different components and systems are already manufactured here. So the idea of the New Energy Vehicle Summit is to show our readiness and also attract or attempt to attract new investors into localizing new energy vehicles manufacturing.
Okay, thank you. The GGDA and the AIDC are the intersection of industrial policy and investment attraction. How are you translating South Africa's Automotive Master Plan 2035 targets into the bankable NEV manufacturing projects that international investors can act on today?
Yeah, so the Automotive Industry Master Plan 2035 has a number of pillars that it looks at. One of them is localization. Yeah. So currently, the auto industry in South Africa is sitting at around 39% local content, meaning 39% of the vehicles, of the parts produced in the vehicle are made locally here. The aim of the master plan, or the target in the master plan, is that we want to sit at 60% localization by 2035. The reality is that we have not moved fast enough. In the past 3 to 5 years, we've been sitting at around 40%, between 35 and 40%.
Yes.
We believe that by attracting particularly Chinese and Indian brands into our local market, we have a chance to actually increase this and accelerate the localization of parts or of these brands towards the 60%.
Yes.
Yeah. The other pillar of the master plan is the issue of training. The place where we're sitting now is what we call the TTC, Trade Test Center. Part of our role as AIDC is to train youngsters towards specifically in skills required in the automotive industry, relevant to the automotive industry. What we are doing also is that in October next month, in 2 months' time, we'll be launching the Center of Excellence, which is aimed at looking at training youngsters on new energy vehicles and new technologies, and also in things like robotics, which is the future. In fact, it's already the present in the auto industry, because automation and robotics are intrinsic parts of the automotive value chain as we speak now. So, part of the training or skills development is train youngsters towards skills that are relevant in the auto industry.
Okay.
So that's part of the automotive master plan, and that's part of what we're doing as AIDC.
Quite on point, because partners or potential partners, as you mentioned, they are the masters in this game of new energy vehicles.
Yes.
You mentioned India, you mentioned China, especially China. But also the genius in the whole thing is that you are also opening a room that will be able to be accessed by the youth. But in terms of traction, in terms of value add, of fast tracking the whole development and technology exchange, what part of regulation that maybe serves as a bottleneck that doesn't enable you to go fast as possible, both in terms of markets, in terms of partnerships, and in terms of youth development?
Yeah.
Is there specific regulation that holds you back?
So what we found globally, particularly in places such as Thailand, for example, is that the Thai government has come up with a very detailed incentive scheme or incentive program.
Yes.
That incentivizes ownership of electric vehicles or new energy vehicles,
Yes.
one, but also incentivizes in terms of manufacturing and assembly of electric vehicles. So they've got a very detailed policy and incentive scheme that details that actually incentivizes manufacturers to come into Thailand.
Yes.
And so we would like as AIDC and other players in the market to be policy advocates towards incentives, towards some incentives program.
Yes.
A detailed incentive program that will incentivize investors to come into South Africa,
Yes.
but also that will incentivize the buyer, the end user,
Yes.
to actually buy electric vehicles as opposed to an internal combustion engine vehicle.
All well and good, but what about those who say that we are letting our markets to be invaded, who look at, if we have those partnerships, then the level of development locally will be slower, and the market
isn't just about a technology shift. It's also industrial, it's environmental, and most importantly, it's about social transformation. So on day 2, we're going to pick up on the foundation that has already been laid. Later this morning, we're going to hear from an expert panel that will be looking into the challenges and the opportunities of charging infrastructure. We'll also hear from a representative of the Presidential Climate Commission. This is to hear from the commitment from a policy point of view in as far as EV is concerned. So it's going to be a short program, ladies and gentlemen, but an insightful one nonetheless. And of course, we'll be looking for your engagement, especially later on when we host the panel discussion. So I'm hoping that those laptops are not plugged into any committees or any commissions, but that in fact, you are all going to be in the room and listening to what is happening here. With that said, please help me welcome onto stage to start the day, to not only give us a welcome, but to also set the scene for day 2, Mr. Andile Africa, the AIDC CEO. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, yesterday was a very insightful day. As I was sitting there, I was reminded of my days at A-level chemistry, when a chemistry class where we were talking about lithium and cobalt and very interesting metals like that. So it was a very good, detailed, technical day. So what happened yesterday? The occasion was opened by our group chairperson, Mr. Cornish, and I quote from his speech, "This gathering marks a significant milestone in our collective journey to reshape the future of South African automotive industry. One that's greener, smarter, and globally competitive." Those are the words of our chairman as he opened the occasion yesterday. We then had a presentation from the Department of Trade and Industry, and I heard about a new type of anxiety called suit anxiety from our speaker yesterday, if you remember. But Frank took us through the white paper that was published in 2023, and in that he went into detail about some of the actionable things that are captured in that policy document. There are some challenges with that policy document, though. And one of those challenges is the fact that there are no consumer incentives. And part of the reason why we're sitting at less than 3% uptake of new vehicle sales in terms of NEVs is because NEVs are more expensive than internal combustion engine vehicles. If you compare on a similar type of vehicle output. And so part of the challenge, and one of the things that we're going to have to address from a policy point of view, is looking at incentives for the consumer. We went on to have, also a part of what's captured in the white paper is the issue of localization. And in particular, what came through as a recurring theme yesterday was the localization of the battery, taking into advantage the fact that we are in the sub-Saharan Africa, and the minerals that go into the battery are found generally in our region. And so this theme carried on from one speaker to the next, to the next, to the next. We were then graced by the CEO of NACEM, who addressed us about the state of readiness of the components manufacturing industry in South Africa. His emphasis was that we are ready. In fact, he was saying to us, we are doing it already. In Gauteng, we've got two manufacturers that are already producing plug-in hybrids, the BMW X3 and the Ford Ranger plug-in hybrid. And so we are doing it already. He went further to share with us a slide that showed a number of international suppliers. This included Bosch, ZF, Forvia, Bose, and these suppliers are already in the country. And for them to switch to NEV will be easy. And so he was very emphatic on the point about the fact that we are ready to tackle, as a supplier ecosystem in South Africa, we're ready to tackle the challenge of manufacturing of EVs. However, what he mentioned also, again, is the issue of localization. Sum 35 challenges us to reach a local content of 60%. Now, the single biggest and most expensive part of an electric vehicle is the battery. Oh, thank God, that thing is quite... the single most important part of a component of an EV is the battery. And so again, the localization of a battery keeps coming across as an imperative if we're going to achieve that 60%. Without the battery, it will be close to impossible to achieve the 60% localization. We then had the Department of Science and Technology. In his presentation, the representative from the department mentioned a lot about research and about the fact that we need to protect, as South Africa, we need to do research, but we need to protect our intellectual property, our IP. And then we had a presentation from Top Tech, which is a manufacturer from China that has clean energy solutions and storage solutions. In what sounded like a Mandarin accent, I quote her, she says, the sun does not always shine and the wind does not always blow. And so you need storage. The CSIR then came on stage and presented us with the strategy that the AIDC had commissioned them to conduct. This strategy document is to inform the Gauteng government and in fact the South African society as to what strategies should we adopt in tackling the challenge of electric vehicles going forward. And in that, she went into the details about some actionable items. And what we will be doing in collaboration with our Department of Economic Development is actually to take that strategy document and put it into actions. And part of the outcomes of this summit is to have some actionable items that we can follow up so that when we have the second EV summit next year, we can show some of the deliverables that have come out of the discussions that we've had in the past 2.5 days or 1.5 days. Then Professor Mate came and gave us a very detailed presentation. I think a lot of people found it quite interesting. He went deeper into the technology that goes into batteries. He went deeper into some of the opportunities in terms of the components that we can focus on and take advantage of in our efforts for localization. We were then graced by the presence of our MEC, and I want to quote him in his speech. He said, the shift to new energy vehicles is not just about transformation of our roads. It's about transformation of our economy. Gauteng must be ready, from energy supply to infrastructure to lead South Africa's green industrial revolution. Towards the end of the day, we had two presentations, one that focused on training or skills development. Uyilo and Chris Nell presented to us about the skill sets required to transition from internal combustion engines to NEVs. We then had, at the end of our day, two presentations that looked at the opportunity around conversions. And to this end, we had a gentleman from Stellenbosch that presented to us the case study where they converted a taxi from an ICE to an EV. They also converted a Golden Arrow bus from a diesel engine to an EV, and actually presented us with the business case for it. What I could tell from, or what my takeaway from that presentation is that it led to the decision that Golden Arrow actually purchased or placed in, went out on a tender for 100 electric vehicle buses. We had a specialist of another form of energy, which is gas, a company called Aegon. Jasnim presented to us the technology where you can convert a normal petrol or diesel vehicle into a gas-run vehicle. And the savings, the business case for it was presented to us yesterday. So that was the end of the day yesterday. And I think we had a lot to think about based on those different presentations. So what's today about? As Kathy has said, today we're going to be focusing on charging infrastructure. Another form of anxiety, not suit anxiety, there's a thing called range anxiety. And range anxiety is basically about, am I going to be able to drive from where I am to the next charging station? Yeah. Now, NAMSA, a couple of weeks ago, did a very interesting thing where they had a convoy of electric vehicles that left Gauteng, drove all the way through the Karoo to PE or to Gqeberha, to where the NAMSA show was. And the whole point of that trip was to illustrate that the technology, firstly of the battery itself, that the range is much longer than it used to be. Secondly, that there are some charging infrastructure that exists. However, if you talk to any of the people that went on that trip, they say when you see a charger, you must charge. because you never know, which tells you that there is a challenge with regards to the charging infrastructure. Yeah. So today we'll have a panel that will dig deeper into that. This for us, I think, you will see as we as the panel goes on that it presents a really good opportunity, and it presents a good opportunity for new entrants into the auto industry that were not there before. So that's what's going to happen today. Outside here, we've got some exhibitors. We've got some beautiful cars, electric vehicle cars from BYD. We've got vehicles from Sherry. There's some plug-in hybrids. We've got a Voltai, which is a charging station or charging infrastructure supplier. We've got a Malisedi, which is a scooter, a last-mile delivery opportunity. It presents a wonderful opportunity of a fully electric scooter. We've got Chrisnell. They presented yesterday here the service offering that they offer, which is training in electric vehicles. And WAPA is also outside here that shows their solutions in full electric vehicles. And in closing, I want to announce that on the 31st of October, which is in a week's time or so, the AIDC will be launching a Center of Excellence. In this Center of Excellence, we will be showcasing, or it will be specializing in training candidates in things such as robotics, automation, and electric vehicle technology. So our target market here is candidates that would like to get into the auto industry, both from a manufacturing point of view, but also from a vehicle maintenance and understanding of how electric vehicles work. We have had a partnership with the Japanese government that assisted us in setting this Center of Excellence up. And other things that will be taught in that Center of Excellence are concepts such as Kaizen, which is a Japanese manufacturing philosophy, lean manufacturing, which is also another a concept in manufacturing, and things such as Six Sigma, which are concepts that are implemented in manufacturing processes. So we're preparing ourselves for the new ways of working. That's the aim of the Center of Excellence. I would like to invite you, if you are available, and you can ask some of my colleagues what the details are. And for today, please enjoy the rest of the conversation, and please do engage. Thank you very much.
South Africa is driving towards a greener future with the NEV Summit 2025. Join us in Gauteng as we bring together global leaders and investors, industry experts and pioneers, academics, innovators, and the mining sector. Participate in the EV components manufacturing and mineral beneficiation. Connect, collaborate, and invest in the electric vehicle revolution and be part of shaping South Africa's next chapter in automotive innovation. Register to attend the Electric Vehicle Summit and purchase exhibition space to showcase your electric vehicle solutions. The NEV Summit, driving Gauteng towards a green automotive economy. Let's drive the future. Register now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Africa, for that opening and really setting the scene for us. And I think initiatives like driving all the way to Gqeberha are really great in showing what's possible, right, and creating an appetite. I live up north in the Limpopo province. How far do you think I would get leaving Johannesburg fully charged? How many charging stations would I have on the way? Could I go as far as Venda? using solely the infrastructure that's available. And I think initiatives like that help us to ask these questions and also see where the opportunities might be. On that note, let me welcome then to come and give us the keynote address, as it were, for this morning, Ms. Simphiwe Ngwenya, who is Senior Manager at the Presidential Climate Commission. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she comes up.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay. I think everyone's really just trying to, I know everyone's been awake because we've driven past traffic. It's always good to get acknowledgement when you are greeting, especially when you're standing in front of people. Thank you, Program Director, and Mr. Africa, thank you for the great recap of yesterday's conversations and some key takeaways. So the Center of Excellence, I think, is a great idea. We are in a situation where we are facing 35% or 33% unemployment in South Africa, and so initiatives like that are needed. I hope you're going to prioritize the youth. We've got a youth unemployment rate of 46%. I think the youth, as our economy is being restructured, need to be participants in this economy. So my name is Simphiwe Ngwenya, and I am from the Presidential Climate Commission. Many of you might wonder why the Presidential Climate Commission is here. So as the Presidential Climate Commission, we are really interested in how we can transition our economy and move our economy towards a low-carbon economy in a very inclusive manner, but also in a manner that encourages development. We think that it would be amiss if we transition our economy and overlook the need for socio-economic development. And why is that? I've spoken about the unemployment. The poverty rate in South Africa is extremely high, as well as the levels of inequality. Moving towards a low-carbon economy means different sectors are going to move at different paces because technology is available at different scales and at different maturity for the different sectors. The conversation often leans towards energy and power, but for us, the transport sector is equally important. Transport contributes 14% to the country's national emissions, and it does also, in terms of tailpipe emissions, contribute to air quality or air pollution, which therefore has, human health implications. And so we think that transitioning transport overall will have significant co-benefits for the economy. We also really think that there are risks that are going to happen as countries transition, as our global trade partners transition, that then has an impact in terms of how our sectors move and transition. And so, for example, transport. I think everyone that is here understands that, our auto sector needs to move at a certain pace with respect to how we can ensure the penetration of renewables locally and manufacturing so that we can continue to trade and sustain jobs that are mostly regionally located. And, this is to the core of what we do as the PCC. We really try and understand these sectoral risks as each sector moves towards net zero, but also mitigate these risks, but also where do the opportunities lie. I think that's important because as we transition, the economy is being restructured, and so there are going to be opportunities. And so do we want to be a first mover with those opportunities, or do we want to continue to lag behind? I think it's important that we do capitalize and maximize off of some of the key niches, like, some of the key minerals availabilities, updating some of the skills so that they are relevant to the job markets of the future. With that, I did greet everyone. I was just contextualizing my role here. All protocol observed, I think it's really important to say that so that everyone is really covered. It's an honor to stand before you at this inaugural NEV Summit that is hosted obviously by Gauteng Province, the Automotive Industry Development Centre, Tshwane Automotive the Tshwane Automotive Special Zone, and the DOT. So discussions like these are really important because essentially what we're doing, we're talking about economic development, right, within the special zones. But I think, just to echo, I hope at the next summit, we will then be moving towards implementation or really start talking about what has been implemented or how to really fast-track implementation, because it's great to have these discussions, but discussions need to lead to something tangible. So the partnership, this partnership that I spoke about earlier, indicates the integration and collaboration that is required for the sector and to increase the penetration of new energy vehicles and other enabling infrastructure. This summit, I think, is a notable milestone in our transition to a low-carbon economy so that we can build a cleaner, more competitive, and more inclusive automotive future for the new energy vehicles in South Africa and the continent. We are really, as South Africa, we must begin to think broadly about how we engage across the continent as well as our neighboring partners. Some of our neighboring partners in the continent or the SADC region have some of the critical minerals that are required. We've got some, important transport infrastructure. We can also localize, some of the beneficiation. I think it's time we started having those conversations versus exporting all our minerals. How do we leverage off of creating, manufacturing opportunities within this region? So the global automotive sector is undergoing a major transformation as a result of transitional and physical climate risks, as I've said, as countries pursue their net zero emissions by 2050. For South Africa, this is not just about adapting to a technological revolution and reducing emissions. It is about securing our industrial future, preserving jobs, and ensuring that we remain a competitive player in the global market. This is where the just transition comes in. We must pursue a future that leaves no one behind across the entire value chain, which means this includes also the informal mechanics, the petrol attendants, and as well as the entire petrochemicals sector value chain. The energy transition is not only about the potential of our mitigation assets, but the socio-economic implications and human interactions. So these are not to be forgotten, but rather prioritized. And so an enabling regulatory environment is key, but localization across the value chain is even more important. The transition presents an opportunity for us to restructure our economy and elevate particularly the role of SMMEs and their informal economy. As the PCC, we believe there are several levers that can be pulled to reduce emissions from the transport sector, and that our default to decarbonizing transport only through electrification is not just. Therefore, there are several no-regret options that will have notable impact in the short, medium, and long term that must be explored. And so, for example, inclusive spatial planning is extremely important to transform transport in South Africa. It has the potential to unlock the biggest just transition outcomes when it comes to kilometers traveled and the cost of commuting to work. In fact, this must also be considered to maximize charging infrastructure as it is rolled out. Increasing the availability and use of public transport is another enabler. The current transport system is a source of inequality, and it is expensive. The transition must be used to facilitate a more equitable transport system. Improving rail access for both passenger freight and freight not only has the potential for an efficient transport system, but it can also contribute towards the growth of our heavy manufacturing industry. For example, iron and steel usage. And lastly, greening the transport vehicle fleet is a no-regret option. This includes electrifying the fleet and deploying technology based on maturity and cost. So currently, battery electric vehicles, the technology is maturing and is becoming more and more affordable compared to other technologies like fuel cell electric vehicles. That's not to say those technologies will not play a role in the transport sector, but technologies must be deployed according to cost so as to not burden the consumer. So prioritizing electric public transport fleets is a major enabler. For example, municipal and minibus taxis. This is a no-regret option from the perspective of jobs, local manufacturing, and zero-emissions road travel. We also cannot green transport emissions without this option. Therefore, the price of this technology must seriously be considered. Where I sit, it's hard for me to afford an electric vehicles. And so the price really has to be considered so that it is also appealing to the average South African. It is currently expensive, as I've said, and we have to understand the practical ways to reduce the costs so that the rollout of EVs becomes just. This is where the issue of demand-side management incentives come in that I think Mr. Africa has touched on. We can't only focus on the supply side, but also some incentives might not be monetary, and that's where provincial government as well as local government come in terms of spatial planning and how they are incentivizing the movement of cars within certain areas, especially certain types of vehicles being prioritized. We think that our global climate commitments must align climate ambition with economic resilience. That means every ton of emissions reduced must translate into new opportunities for workers, communities, and for industries. Climate action and industrial policy must work hand in hand. We must agree on our pathways and the future world that we do want, and also deepen our understanding of what climate-compatible development is and its implications across the various sectors of the economy. It is also important to understand the existing landscape of government's efforts to support the auto sector and transport at large, and to also really transition the sector. Government has developed a few key policies to facilitate the development, and the transition of the sector, notably but not limited to the country's NDC commitments that have culminated in some, flowing of funds towards research and development, as well as, which largely through the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan that is now an implementation plan. The DOT's draft Just Transition Plan that should be undergoing cabinet approval at some point. The National EV White Paper, as well as the NEV Investment Framework, as well as the 150% tax deduction for new NEV investments that is to be effective from the 26th of March. And so government is making efforts with regards to creating a very fertile, and enabling regulatory environment. But government cannot do this alone, and the role of industry is extremely important. That is why, an integrated approach across government departments and collaboration with industry and researchers is going to be the key way of working. The goal should not be to just build electric vehicles, but rather build a transport sector that provides access to economic opportunities in an economy that drives inclusion, innovation, and resilience. The transition will define the legacy we leave for the future, especially for the youth. And so that is why the discussions that were had yesterday and the discussions we will have today, especially around charging infrastructure and localization, are extremely important. With that said, thank you very much. I do look forward to listening to the discussions and engaging, but I'm also, with no pressure, looking forward to next year's summit where we really begin to track implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ngwenya. I think the room can do better than that. Let's give her another round of applause. That's a lot better. Well, talking about the conversion then, to come up to stage next, he's going to be looking at converting from the internal combustion engine to electric vehicles. And it's going to be Dr. Samuel Qibani, who is with the University of Johannesburg. Dr. Samuel, the floor is yours. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. A warm one, as you heard. Mrs. Ngwenya says we must warmly receive our speakers. So please, you're welcome, Mr. Samuel.
How do I get my presentation? Good morning. At least I'm taller than Mr. Africa. Can somebody help? Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to greet you this morning, and I want to thank the program director for giving me this opportunity. And also, I want to thank the organizers of the event for giving the University of Johannesburg a platform to come and share what we are doing. So today, I'm going to present to you the Center of Automotive and Electric Vehicle Innovation, a center that got approved by the University of Johannesburg Senate on the 12th of September 2025. There are definitely people that we need to acknowledge that have helped us to build into this center. The center is hybrid. As a result, because the center is hybrid, it has been built out of a dialogue. The dialogue involved people like Nissan South Africa. Nissan South Africa gave the University of Johannesburg 2 brand new Navaras at 1 million rand each, and those Navaras, our students are stripping and assembling them, including the youth from Tembisa, from Kliptown, unemployed youth. And what is the morale of playing with a Navara? For a young person sitting inside a Navara, positioning himself, playing the music, holding the steering, that's a mind-changing game. And we thank Nissan for that. And Nissan gave us 4 engines. And those engines, our students at UJ, together with students from youth unemployed, they strip and assemble them. We have actually discovered that they don't need maths and science to play with an engine as a catalyst to trigger their minds. We really appreciate, and Nissan South Africa has also promised the University of Johannesburg to give us a vehicle that we are going to convert, and also they are going to give us a hybrid vehicle for reverse engineering, and also they are going to give us 6 engines, and they are going to take the other old engines they gave us, and they're going to take and donate them somewhere. We really appreciate what Nissan South Africa is doing, despite the challenges they are facing as an organization. We will never forget the partnership that we have with AIDC. Probably Mr. Africa will never know that when you call upon me and say, bring the engines, that means a lot. I always ask, why us? But we have seen how much the dialogue that we have had towards building this center that we have had with AIDC as a partner. Of course, the TVET next to us has played a fundamental role as a partner. And we want to thank our executive dean. I told him this morning that I will be doing this address here, and also colleagues from UJ, as well as individuals. What are we up to as a center? The research agenda is to focus on applied research, fundamental research, impactful research in converting internal combustion engine to an EV. We have got a vision of helping those people that cannot afford an EV. And also, we are focusing on alternative energy sources in the EV space, EV infrastructure in terms of charging, economic impact. We want to do a lot of studies in qualitative research. What is the perception of of a person who drives an EV, what is the effect? The deaf community have got a feeling that they are left behind in developing EVs. Their concern is the reason they are safe on the road is because they can hear the sound of the vehicle. But EVs now are not going to have the sound. We are aware of a situation where somebody was working in the mines and using a vehicle that had the anti-collision mechanism, who ran into a pedestrian in a shopping complex because he forgot that his vehicle does not have anti-collision mechanism. There are unintended consequences that as a university we need to research. We are being aware of the fact that somebody did allude to this, that EVs are not going to be everybody's rich in terms of pricing, and we need to provide alternative solutions. So this agenda has been unpacked into overall objectives. One in the center of what we want to do is to convert a small car. We have in our mind an uncle who managed to buy a car in the farm, putting 100 rand to the farmer, and got this little vehicle, and is using this little vehicle in Mdantsane as iphela. Not cockroach, as iphela. And now, 20 years from today, we are going to tell him, scrap your car. You cannot carry people from the airport to East London, the town. What happens to his business? How does he feed his people? We want to see if we can find an alternative way for this community. Our center is based, the concept is on this wheel. As a director of the center, I am in the center, and there's different people who are doing different things. There's a group of people who are looking at the battery technology. And these people are going to say, these researchers, can you try this battery? Can you try this management system? And that we are doing it in the car, in the workshop, and those are the researchers. So the center involves everybody, quality assurance people, specifications and standards. They are all involved. I was very excited when I heard that there's the University of Stellenbosch, they are struggling with registering the registration of those vehicles. And I said, the group that is working on registration and policy, we will link them up with the University of Stellenbosch. In other words, we've got researchers who are doing research, and from the researchers, there will be master's students, there will be honors students, there will be PhD students. From the researchers, the university will get its research output, and students will graduate. But in the center of that is a workshop. And in the workshop, that's where the conversion is going to take place. It is for that reason in the wheel, we've got the TVETs, the colleges. Because the colleges, they teach motor mechanic, they teach auto electricians, and so forth and so forth. Now, as a university, we are not really like the motor mechanics. So we need them. But at the same time, we're going to pull the unemployed youth to come and learn a few skills so that they can participate in the awareness and into the conversion of this vehicle. In other words, this center is actually hybrid. We define ourselves as doing applied and fundamental research. Research that changed the lives of people. Research that changed the lives of people. If we can help that uncle and change his vehicle, if we can influence the government and rethink about the issues of regulation and registration, changing the lives. But we need innovation. But the problem, where is the school of innovation? We need to develop new approach. We need to be collaborative. We do not advocate for silos. Instead, we advocate for working together. We are inclusive. The unemployed youth is part of the project. The motor mechanic who's working in the backyard, we want him to be part of the project. In other words, everybody should be part of the project. Entrepreneurship, future skills, teaching and learning in terms of the syllabus and curriculum, societal impact, economic impact, unintended consequences. Now, if you look at it now, and you segment it nicely, you can see that the university is on the research side, and then you've got the technical where the workshops will be, and the training, and in the technical workshops, that's where colleagues who are engaged in skills training will be assisting us. And there will be quality assurance, commercialization and patents, and also we shall be looking at fundraising. This is a repetition of the future slide. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that guy. You remember? Can we help that guy and take him to an EV scooter? A few weeks ago, the University of Johannesburg was in Limpopo, in Ngwakwane, village difficult to reach. With the APSA, they donated 100 bicycles. But here's the story. Imagine they tell us that when you've got flu, do not exercise. What happens now to this young kid, Lena, who's got flu? We cannot avoid the fact that this young girl is pregnant, but must go to school. What happens if we change some of these bicycles into EVs? Not all of them, but a few of them for those cases. There is a vehicle we might get from Nissan, but we wanted a white one. A white one. Because I want to put my fingerprints on it as a sign of big things. There is another one for reverse engineering. And we want to start these 4 projects in 2026 through the center. What skills now do we need? Technical skills, of course. We need electricians, we need body panel beaters and so forth. But there are skills that we need. We need somebody who's innovative. Where is the school for innovation? We need somebody who's a critical thinker. Where is the school for critical thinking? We need somebody with an entrepreneurial mind, observation, systems thinking. Where are we going to get these people? Because the education I did up to my PhD, they didn't teach me those. I've got a PhD, but I'm not innovative. I've got a PhD, but I'm not a critical thinker. I'm a robot with my education. Not a fault of my own. And what we're saying now, we need to engage and find a way of speaking to the minds of these people before we take them to the skills training. And then thereafter, after we've said to them, you can do it, believe in yourself, then we can give them training into be welding, into electrician and so forth and so forth. Then thereafter, they can go into the workshop and do the conversion, because now they understand, as a South African, you can do it. Did you hear that? You didn't hear that? Sorry, I said, as a South African, you can what? You can do it. These are the teams that we have with AIDC as a conversation, and we really appreciate that. We're going to have short learning programs, a lot of them. Some of them are technical, and some of the short learning programs are non-technical. And these are the group of people that we are working with, professors, PhD holders. Why am I showing you that? It's because this center is not my center. It is a center of inclusivity. Everyone is involved. Everyone is important, because we believe we can contribute to this agenda. Student statistics. We've got a group of students who volunteer their time to work with us. They work on an Avanza, and they do brakes, others, they work on the Navara, and we've got a group of them. And we're excited that with the UJ students, they are students from the college. And the students from the college, we're bridging the gap of the stigma, that when you are in a TVET, you can never get into the doors of a university. And these students from the TVET are very excited to work with us in the project. Those are the students in pictures, and they are very busy working. Now, for those who don't know, some of us, we never had toys except the brick. And that's why we're struggling to be innovative. In closing, for us to make this thing a reality, we need simulators. We need funding. We need everybody to come and say, what can I do? It's not a UJ thing, it's a national thing. To the whole challenge that we are facing as a nation of migrating from internal combustion engines to EVs, to new energy vehicles, we call upon a debate. Let's not leave behind my uncle who's driving a Toyota Hilux, who's using it to carry wood as a source of bringing income to his family. Thank you very much.
Dr. Samuel, thank you so much for that invigorating presentation and really showing us what's possible for the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for a very short comfort break. I do have a surprise for you. Somebody heard my cry about being able to drive to the north. So, during our comfort break, the first 5 people who go and register are going to be able to get free test drives of NEV vehicles. I'm not saying that they're saying you can drive all the way to Limpopo or Cape Town or wherever you want to go. But there is a test drive that is available. But for the first 5 people who head on over to the registration desk to take up those slots that are available. So it's only 5. Between me and you, we're going to see who gets there first. So we're going to break for a short comfort break. Let's be back here in the room in the next, let's say 15 minutes and get ready to continue with our program at about 11:05. Thank you so much.
Well, certainly quite a very important occasion here at the Gallagher Estate in the north of Johannesburg. It's all about really this revolution, the NEV and the new energy vehicles. As you know that South Africa as well is tapping into this market. As you know also, the automotive sector in South Africa is quite robust and well structured as well. But to really look at the significance of this inaugural summit, so we do have the CEO of the Automotive Industry Development Centre. That is, of course, Mr. Andile Africa. So thank you so much and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Lovely. Maybe just first and foremost, Mr. Africa, let's look at the importance of the NEV. I mean, we know that climate change, it's an existential crisis.
Yeah.
And also the automotive sector is responding in terms of making sure that it's not left behind.
Yes. You know, the automotive industry in general is one of the biggest polluters in the world. You know, up there with some of the heavy industries. And so as part of the effort in the world to reduce carbon emissions into the atmosphere, the world is moving towards cleaning up their energy by introducing either battery electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, which would pollute less than the normal petrol and diesel vehicles. So today we are unpacking how South Africa can position itself towards this revolution that's happening worldwide. It's happening at a much faster rate in other markets. In South Africa, it's fairly slow at the moment. We're sitting at less than 3% of new vehicle sales that are electric vehicles. However, in other markets in Europe, we're sitting at 40 plus percent of new vehicle sales that are moving from internal combustion engine vehicles to electric or hybrid vehicles.
And I've just been looking some of the top trading partners of South Africa, whether you're looking at China, the likes of Germany, they seem to be making some strides.
Yes.
What can we learn from these trading partners?
The interesting thing about the South African production of automotive is that majority of the vehicles we produce here are exported, and they're actually exported mainly into Europe. And when we say Europe, specifically Germany and the UK, and the other countries such as Belgium and so forth. Now, what is interesting with those countries, with those export destination markets, is that they've passed legislation that says by 2035, no internal combustion engine vehicles will be sold, new vehicles will be sold in those markets. What that means is that if we don't move with the times, we will lose that market if we don't embrace new energy vehicles in the South African production capabilities.
Let's look at now the infrastructure, the
Yes.
expansion of the charging networks. How are we doing in this regard? So if we talk about 3% uptake, how do we try and make sure that also the infrastructure is there?
Yeah. So there's a number of reasons why we're sitting at such a low uptake in South Africa. One is that electric vehicles are more expensive than petrol or diesel vehicles. So that's one area of actually challenge. The second one is the issue of what they call range anxiety. By range anxiety means how far can you go with one charge, right, without having to charge again. And that's what you're talking about now, which is the charging infrastructure. So if you're traveling, for example, from Gauteng to the Eastern Cape, you don't want to be stuck in the middle of the Free State without being able to charge, right? So part of the initiatives that we're discussing today at this EV Summit is actually rolling out charging infrastructure. In fact, right behind us here, it's a company that is busy rolling out a 100% black-owned company that's busy rolling out charging infrastructure. So charging infrastructure is one element, and I think it's one of those chicken and egg situations. So which one comes first? But I think what will ignite the sales will be if government can give more incentives. In other markets, what government does is that they've got customer incentives to incentivize you to actually buy an EV. In South Africa at the moment, Treasury has said to us they don't have the money for that. And so we need to think of other innovative ways of incentivizing people to move towards electric vehicles. The other interesting development that's happened is that I've mentioned that EVs are generally more expensive than petrol or diesel vehicles. What do I mean by that? I think up to now we were looking at north of 500,000 rands per vehicle for an EV. The cheapest one was at that range. However, there are some Chinese brands that are coming in now at around the price point of about 340 to 350,000 rands. Now, for me, when at that price point, we're really going to start seeing quite an aggressive move, an increase in sales of EVs. And once you see the more vehicles you have, the more charging stations will be rolled out.
And obviously, we know South Africa and the African continent is leading when it comes to the automotive sector. Yeah. But obviously, with the EVs, we're seeing the competition is growing. You're looking at Morocco, yes. You're looking at many other players as well. But also, this is accompanied by the very massive motivation that in sub-Saharan Africa, you have the mineral resources space. Yeah. Whether you're talking about lithium, you're talking about all these key minerals as well. So how can Africa leverage on that? Because, the scramble for the African resources, we can see it's unfolding right before our eyes.
Yeah, the story of Africa has been a story of extraction when it comes to minerals. And part of the narrative today is that we want to change that. We want to beneficiate the components or the minerals in South Africa. And the biggest opportunity that exists is the battery as a component. Firstly, the battery is the most expensive. It's the largest part of any EV. And so if you're going to achieve our goals of achieving 60% localization, we must localize the battery. As you say, the good thing is that most of the minerals, as you say, lithium, copper, cobalt, are all found in the sub-Saharan Africa market. There is also the Africa Free Trade Agreement that can form part of the incentive for us to work together with the Southern African countries to beneficiate. And so Gauteng is positioning itself as the destination for battery manufacture and beneficiation of minerals in South Africa.
And obviously, Mr. Africa, we cannot walk away from the geopolitical factors. I mean, the automotive industry has been also affected by the trade policy coming from the US and reshaping how the industry is working. What about the EVs? How are they coping in terms of the components and many other factors?
Yeah, so South Africa has a very vibrant components manufacturing industry. And we do a lot of components export. In fact, there are some components manufacturers in South Africa already that export into the US to companies such as Tesla, for example. So the tariffs are not helping. And so there is conversations that are happening at a very high political level between South Africa and the United States to deal with the issue of tariffs. The tariffs have affected us quite drastically in the components manufacturing space. However, fortunately for us in Gauteng, the OEMs that are here, Ford, Nissan, BMW, mainly exporting to Europe and not into the US. So we're not impacted severely in that context. However, in the components manufacturing space, the tariffs are affecting us.
What about the hesitance? I mean, obviously, with every massive change, a radical change of this nature, others will be very skeptical. Others will be like, well, do we have a buy-in? Do we want to be part of this? What can you say to them so that they see that this is quite important? I mean, for example, you look at South Africa's G20 priorities, the issues of climate action, the issues of addressing the greenhouse gas emissions are right there. And also so that they are part of this massive change.
Yeah. So a move to electric vehicles is not an option for us anymore. For a number of reasons. One, for environmental reasons, we will be forced to move towards cleaner energy vehicles going forward. But the interesting thing is that actually, over the life cycle of a vehicle, owning an electric vehicle is actually cheaper than having a petrol or diesel vehicle. So the capital cost may be expensive, but the running cost of an electric vehicle are much lower than the running cost of an ICE vehicle or internal combustion engine vehicle. So people will see over time that there's less moving parts in electric vehicles. Electricity is relatively cheaper than petrol or diesel, and so there are clear advantages for moving from petrol diesel to electric vehicles. Particularly, this reigns true for fleet owners. So if you've got a fleet of vehicles, that's been proven in other markets and even in South Africa, that if you move your fleet from diesel, for example, to electric, you do over time save money.
And obviously, I was just going through the white paper. It's very comprehensive. Speaking about these profound changes within the sector, do you think it's adequate in terms of addressing the industry's concerns, but also in terms of really, I mean, for example, it talks about the tax, the incentives that are enshrined. Do you think it's quite comprehensive enough in terms of supporting the industry?
I think it does support the industry from a manufacturing point of view. However, from a consumer point of view, it lacks. And I think, what the OEMs are saying, or what the manufacturers are saying, is that in order for us to ignite local market, we need to have some kind of incentive for the consumer. And South African automotive industry was set up around the local market. So you anchor yourself with the local market, and then you're able to attract business for export point of view. So in order for us to increase local market, we need to have incentives for the consumer, and that's where the policy lacks right now.
All right. So thank you so much indeed for your time. Of course, that was Mr. Africa here, really just giving us really just a snapshot in terms of the role played by the Automotive Industry Development Centre, one of the key partners making sure that today is possible. But you do have the innovators, the industry players, and also the policymakers under one roof here at the Gallagher Estate in Johannesburg, really exploring this new sector that is presenting new opportunities and really just supported by so many factors. This is the automotive sector saying that this is all about making sure that they get that momentum, accelerating the pace, especially also when it comes to skills development, forging partnerships within the industry. So stay tuned here. We're going to give you more details during the course of the day. Well, by all means, a very informative session here at the Gallagher Estate. So it's all about the NEV sector and the opportunities that are presented by this particular sector, especially because it's all about fighting climate change as well. This is South Africa's one of the key pillars for South Africa's G20 presidency. But joining us now to hear from the perspective of Gauteng government, we're joined by MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Lebogang Maile. So MEC, once again, thank you so much for your time. I think we cannot run away from the issue of the geopolitical issues and how it's affecting the automotive sector. But let's look at the importance of today, MEC, especially in the context of Gauteng, how you're positioning yourself as a key hub for new EVs.
Thank you very much. You are correct. The geopolitical developments have got serious implications, especially for the automotive sector in South Africa, because as you know, we are a serious player in the sector as South Africa. You will know that 22% of the manufacturing activities that are taking place in South Africa, the automotive sector contributes about that percentage, 22%. So we have a very important role to play, and the sector employs at least 110,000 people in formal jobs. So we've got a very, very, very important role to play, and you can't ignore the developments. So as Gauteng government, we thought it's important to firstly mobilize everyone in the sector so that we can speak with one voice, we can plan together, we can agree on what are the challenges, and we can put a program in place. And that's why we have commissioned the CSIR through one of our entities, AIDC, to develop a strategy for the new energy vehicles. And they've completed that strategy. We will be unveiling it and rolling it out. And that is part of our economic development plan.
And let me see, obviously, I would imagine the issue of job creation, it's very key. For green economy, what could be the opportunities, especially as a way of allaying fears from the people? I mean, with every radical change, there's always skepticism, there's always resistance.
No, definitely. And but at this point, I think the situation is so desperate that all of us and the people want anything that can help grow the economy, anything that can create jobs. But of course, it must not be at the expense of the environment. So there are certain fundamental non-negotiables like protecting the environment, protecting our interests, and making sure that we look at new and future industries and look at what are the things that can help us fast track the development of the different economic sectors, which includes looking at our minerals like lithium, nickel. How do we optimize them? One of the things we're saying here is that national government is already putting a strategy on how to exploit and leverage our natural resources.
Amici, what about the lessons from the likes of China? It appears to be leading in the EVs, and you're part of BRICS, you're part of G20. I would imagine there's quite a lot of peer sharing exercises there.
China is a star performer in many areas, and I think they have mastered the art of execution. One of the things you can learn from them is perfecting that art of the execution. Because we've got a lot of good plans, but we move a bit slow in implementing. So we will also be working on sharpening our skills and ability to implement.
Before we let you go, Amici, the issue of energy security has been a major issue in South Africa. I mean, even now we talk about just energy transition. So how do we ensure that, for example, the infrastructure is rolled out, but also be able to provide, this new revolution, so to speak?
The good thing is that the Minister of Energy a few days ago has made a bold declaration that we are on the verge of completely eradicating load shedding. And that is good news. But he went further to say we are also looking at the affordability of energy. And I think it's important for consumers, for households, and for business. Because if energy is reliable, it's affordable, it means we will be able to be more productive and be able to have a lot of other activities as part of reindustrializing.
All right. Mr. Maile, thank you so much indeed, sir, for your time. So obviously quite a lot here as expected. It's a 2-day, a very inaugural session where the industry players, the policymakers, and many other stakeholders are here at the Gallagher Estates. So stay tuned for more comprehensive coverage.
Shivambu with Eskom. Mr. Mashangu Shivambu with Eskom. If you can all please come to the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. You can sit anywhere from there. Thank you so much. There we go, Mr. Yordan. All right, to come and help facilitate this discussion for us this morning is Ms. Pulani Manale, who is with the Department of Transport. Ms. Pulani, please come on stage and let's welcome her. As she does that, before we get into this panel discussion, a little earlier we heard about a trip to Gqeberha, and we're not sure how many cars made it, and if they made it, how long it took them to actually get there. So we're going to play this short video that's going to give us a little bit more on the trip and how it unfolded. Ms. Pulani, the floor is yours after this video. Thank you.
Right, so we are at the end of the EV road trip from Gauteng all the way to the Eastern Cape via Port Alfred and via, what's the time we stopped at? You stayed? Colesberg in the Northern Cape, sorry. And yeah, I don't know how many mileage was that, but it's been an exciting trip. I think it's the first of its kind in that you had about 20 cars, 44 drivers, and these cars shows you the available options now in model derivatives that you could buy for cars. I know the stats BRICS says that only 3% of our model derivatives are NEVs, new energy vehicles. So it's nice that we tested some of those 3% during this trip.
Yeah, look, the experience has been a wonderful 3 days. We left Johannesburg Friday morning. It was quite an exciting trip all the way to... We had colleagues that got lost along the way as we were looking for charge stations, but besides that, it's been a wonderful 3 days. I think also it was showcasing the level of charge infrastructure that we have in the country. Look, let's agree, there's more work that needs to be done, but at least we tested the availability of the charge infrastructure over the last day. We all managed to get to Rebecca. It's past 11 on Sunday afternoon. It's been a wonderful 3 days.
You know, I think therefore there's still conversations. I agree with what you say. So the conversations will be around charge anxiety, is the infrastructure ready? If people are still worried about whether or not they've got the enough range, so range anxiety is still a conversation. But I think for me, what has been exciting BRICS is the cars. I think that they were responsive, they met the beauty of our homes, and there was a car for every occasion, wasn't it? So many beautiful cars.
I think at the end of it all, go back and reflect based on some of the challenges the colleagues experienced in terms of what should be the intervals along the major routes, in us ensuring that we've got proper charge stations at adequate intervals throughout the major route from here to Johannesburg.
Yeah, and it's also charging inside the towns, because all the charging was on the major roads, but you would wish that you could take a detour. And some of the charging was exciting for us. I mean, we charged at the casino, we charged at the restaurant, hotels. Those were exciting charging stations. But for the EV Summit, I guess the conversation that we still have to now get around is how ready is South Africa for e-mobility? How do we get it affordable? I don't know from your side, what are the...
Yeah, and also perhaps maybe for the EV Summit, I think we've spoken about the issue. There is this craze with South African having to partner, for instance, with the Chinese without the full understanding what is that spectrum, what needs to be in place, at what point must we start having a manufacturing facility. I think they even needs to deal with those elements so that people get to know what they're getting themselves into.
That's a good one, yeah. I think the last one, though, based on your point, is what is manufacturing for the future, because these cars are not going to be manufactured the same way as the ICE legacy. And I guess understanding those future technologies, their skills needs, where we are with our TVET colleges and how our TVET colleges can close the gap is also part of that conversation.
Setting up an OEM for the South African perspective.
Yeah. So yeah, looking forward to these conversations getting there.
Thank you.
But again, put it in there that we're having the NASA Auto Week this week. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. Good morning. I'm not going to start until I'm satisfied with the morning. and we are given 45 minutes, and I'm always on time. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. As introduced, my name is Pulani Manale from the Department of Transport. I'm the Director of Environmental Coordination. So I'll be doing injustice if I will not tell what the department is doing. We heard yesterday what DTIC is doing, what DSI is doing. So let me just a snapshot of what the Department of Transport is doing. We have developed the Green Transport Strategy, which was approved, and the Green Transport Strategy calls for the transition from our ICE vehicles to new technology vehicles that includes EVs and other technologies. And we are currently finalizing the Transport Just Transition Plan, which will implement the new energy vehicle white paper as approved and developed by the DTIC. And transitioning now to here, however, we have seen that there are challenges that need to be solved on what comes first to accelerate the adoption of EVs. Is it the rollout of charging infrastructure, or is it the uptake of EVs or the manufacturing of EVs? And we have seen that countries are accelerating the transition to electric mobility. and charging infrastructure stand as a challenge in accelerating or in adopting the EVs. And the charging ecosystem connects technology, policy investment, and consumer confidence, making it one of the most strategic components of the EV value chain. So today's discussion, we are going to provide an opportunities to reflect on the status quo as a country and let us identify the gaps and shape actionable pathways into the infrastructure across South Africa. So without taking more time for the panel, let me welcome my panel members once again, who are experts in this space and will help us unpack these challenges as well as opportunities. So I have Kathy, I have Winston, I have Kanjun, I hope I've pronounced the name correctly, and Mr. Mashangu. So I will start with Kathy. Yes, women first. I mean, we are seeing that the world is fast changing into AI and technology. So can you please maybe tell us how far is South Africa with smart charging or intelligent charging infrastructure?
Good morning, colleagues, and all protocol observed. As she indicated, my name is Kathy Shluba, and I'm the CEO of Volt High Technology Solutions. Our stand is just behind the black curtain. You will see exactly what I will be talking about if you visit our stand. So in relation to technology, specifically AI, so we all need to understand that this NEV or green mobility is tech-based. It cannot exist without technology, that's number one. And secondly, to interface between a driver and the charger and the companies that provide the infrastructure, it means they develop apps. Those apps provide data that enables the drivers to know where the next charger is, to know how they can recharge their cars and how much they are spending. And to add to that, with our chargers, we also have a interface where it will show you how you reduce carbon emission. It gives you real time of charging, how you reduce carbon emission. So the agenda of reducing carbon emission is not far-fetched. It's here. We are experiencing it. The second part to AI, it assists us to support the drivers by providing effective response in relation to technical glitches, in relation to making sure that they are able to plan their trips effectively. The third AI that we have is about safety and security. We all know and understand that we have challenges with vandalism and theft. So our chargers are able to detect if there is vandalism or there is a power, whether it's natural disaster that is shaking the charger in an abnormal way. And also from a security point of view, we put trackers so that in case there is a theft, the tracker will be able to find the charger, but also once it detects that there is a motion that is abnormal, it locks the system completely. So that's how AI is supporting the infrastructure. Thank you.
AI is taking our jobs. Soon everything will also be AI ourselves here. So with following that then, how can South Africa use regulation to catalyze investments in local EV components, including creation of jobs and technology transfer?
Okay, so on that one, as a Volt High Technology Solution, we are in partnership with AIDC, and we are in the process of establishing an assembly plant in South Africa with our partner in EV Mengcheng. They support us with technical skills, they support us with technology, and also they will send manpower in South Africa once we start with the production. The second aspect to that is that we have identified IT and engineering students and graduates who we have trained in the country, and we took them to China to have practical training. They receive constant virtual training in the country. This is to enable them, upskill them, reskill them, to be able to have skills that are fit for purpose and skills that are fit for employment. And that on its own, it means it propels job creation for our youth.
Thank you, Kathy. Moving forward and connecting, you've just mentioned that you are in partnership with EV Mention. Maybe let me come to EV Mention then. As you have erected EVCI in some developing countries, what challenges did you face? And with South Africa's own challenges, which type of charger will you best recommend for South Africa?
你好，潘先生，能听到吗？Okay, 稍等。Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry I don't speak English. Next, I master Chinese. Sorry, so sorry. 潘先生，你先帮我讲一下刚才的。
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so Mr. Zhou now will speak in Chinese, and I will translate his speaking into English.
潘先生，刚才他提的问题，你可以帮我翻译一下吗？
OK， 他说呢，就是我们呢，你已经在一些发展中的国家已经建立了很多这种充电桩的一些设施，然后你在建立这些设施的过程当中，有遇到什么样的问题呢？那么对于南非这个市场来讲，你觉得什么类型的一个充电桩是最适合南非市场呢？
我们就拿一个比较近期的一个案例，我们用埃塞俄比亚做一个例子。我们在一些国家中想要建立一个充电站的一个设施，我们会遇到很多的问题。比如说，会因为一些电力设施，我们的充电桩一下子铺出去会增加电力的一个负担。所以第一个挑战就是变压器、充电桩的那个供电线路，这整个线路可能都需要扩大，这是第一个，而且是一个比较艰难、比较长久的一个挑战，这是第一个。那么第二个呢，可能我们会来自于政府的一些，对于订单的一些规划，对于整个市场的一些规划，都会延长这个充电桩设施在整个市场上的一个进展。我们知道政府会遇到很多的问题，他们也会遇到很多的一些挑战，因为要规划所有的那个充电设施以及那个充电的一个充电网络，包括一些场地，这都是一个很大的一个挑战，所以都会延长整个充电桩的铺设。那我认为充电桩前期铺设，因为现在的汽车基本上都支持800伏超快充。可能在未来都会所有汽车都会支持800伏的一个超快充，甚至800伏以上的一个快充。那么对于目前现有市场有一些老的汽车以及一些新的汽车的一个综合考虑，我们认为160千瓦目前是比较适合在市场上应用的。它的第一个优点是充电速度较快，第二，它能给所有类型的车子进行一个快充，所以我认为那个160千瓦目前比较适合，而且它更新换代会需要一段时间，这样可以节约一个换代的一个成本。谢谢。
Okay, so let's say we have one sample from the recent case that we have in Ethiopia. We do have some challenge in this developing country. The first challenge that we face is about the electricity. So because when we develop the EV, so there will be problem regarding the electricity overload. So which means we need to put effort
Thank you. Maybe one last question will be then looking at the partnerships itself. What kind of partnerships can be explored to drive the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure so that we can accelerate the adoption and also create sustainable transportation in the future?
潘先生，您可以翻译。
主持人这边提到，就是要拓展这些电力充电桩的一些设施，我们应该是要去探讨什么样的一个合作伙伴的关系，来加速我们整一个电车的一个使用率。另外，通过这样的一个过程，来创造一个持续性的一个交通的一个。好，谢谢。
合作伙伴，稍等啊，这个你不用那个。我认为啊，就是在充电桩的一个基础设施的建设上面，包括刚才有一个问题我遗漏了，就是关于一个支付系统，这个系统会在未来的一个交通出行的一个便利上面体现一个很重要的一环，因为未来那个支付。这里面就会涉及到一个支付平台，所以第一个合作伙伴我们要解决这个支付的一个问题。所以我认为，通过目前现有的可能简单的一个微莎支付，可能未来会使用一些银行的一些便利的 APP 支付，或者各式的一个适合南非的一个支付方式。那么第一个我们认为需要解决的是那个支付系统的一个问题。那么对于那个汽车的长久的一个伙伴来讲，我们认为几点比较重要。第一就是一个支付体系，第二是一个政府的支持。我们在那个南非这边，为了南非的一个长久的电动汽车的发展，我们准备在这边建立第一个南非自主的生产工厂。我们会从中国带来技术。技术以及那个整个的一个生产设施，我们跟沃特海已经签订了一个协议，我们决定提供沃特海一个生产设施的一个供应，然后技术团队我们也会长期的支持他们，希望沃特海在这边能成为一个南非本土的一个制造中心。让它辐射到整个非洲市场，因为对于整个非洲市场，我们希望沃特海以及南非能成为整个非洲的领导者。然后对于这个充电，稍等，我考虑一下。对于那个市场的一个可持续性发展，我们有一句话就是刚才我想讲的，物流远大于市场需求。就像兵马未动，粮草先行的道理是一样。目前电动汽车想要大批量的进入南非市场，我们一定是需要一个充电桩的一个基础设施的建设。目前我认为最重要的一点就是让整个高速公路以及一些重要的场合拥有充电桩。让更多的汽车可以便捷的出行，然后才能推动整个汽车业的改革。谢谢，我们暂时就先到这里，然后后面我再补充。
Firstly, it's about the payment system. Because the payment system is not only related to how we pay the card, but also related to the convenience for the transportation. So when we consider to explore a partnership in a new country, the first thing that we need to deal with is to find a payment solution. Nowadays, many of us might use Visa, but maybe in the future we might consider to use some application from the bank or some application that is suitable for the South African market. So this is the first thing that we might need to develop a partnership.
And the second thing is the partnership that should come from the government support. And because the government support that matters. And that's why now we decided to build a complete new assembly plant in South Africa. So for this assembly plant, we will bring the technology, we will bring all the facility for manufacturing the parts in South Africa. And now we already in partnership with Worldwide, so we will support Worldwide as our local partner to be the partner to manufacture the assembly plant to manage in South Africa. So in the later on, so this assembly plant will not only be the number one in South Africa, but also can cover the needs for the whole African country. Before South Africa could be the leader for the green energy. And secondly, regarding the sustainable transportation, we have a very old Chinese saying that is 梁朝伟斗低潮，先洗澡。That is means the logistics comes before the market expansion. So which means if we would like to adopt as many EVs as we can, so we need to build the EVCI in advance, which means we might need to have a well-planned EVCI in the hallway or in some very dense area, so that we build the EVCI to support the EVs, so that more and more people are most likely to buy the EVs.
Thank you. I once went to China and I only learned Ni Hao and Xie, so Xie. Now, moving to Winston, you are not new to this space of charging infrastructure, and we've had even mentioned now indicating the partnerships that talks about payment system and etc. So from our side now, we want to know, in erecting some EV charging points around the country, what were the challenges, or what are the challenges did you face, and what kind of job opportunities were created in that? Did we have any localization in some components of the EVCI?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I think, so you're right, I'm not new to this game. I started in 2002, so that's, 23 years ago now. Strangely enough, we started building vehicles, but ultimately by about 2011, we started installing charging infrastructure. But just to be clear, at 2011 was 2 years before the first EVs came to South Africa. So we were laying down the infrastructure first, and that absolutely is the only way to go. You build the infrastructure, the vehicles will come. There is no confusion in the minds of the let's call it in the commercial world. Once we put that down, there was a collaboration between ourselves and the other operator in the market, or the operators in the market, and we've established formal standards on how the payment systems work. So we've done, I think at last count, over 150,000 charging transactions in South Africa, all of them billed and vetted via the banking system, so it's the system works, it's there. There are over 800 chargers deployed across the country. If you take a walk outside, you'll see there's a big map against the wall. Those are all the publicly installed charging systems. So as I said, over 800 of those. But keep in mind, there's at least another 6,000 chargers that have been installed in people's homes. So, so we're talking nearly 7,000 chargers. So we've got a very good understanding of how that market looks. Gridcars has always been committed to building local chargers. So we designed and built chargers here in South Africa right back in 2013 already. More recently, we've upped the scale of what we're doing, and I see one of our partners sitting in the audience. Hello. Yeah, there we go. That's from Hulaman. And so they're actually doing the body work and the manufacturing of the aluminium is now done here in South Africa. So we're trying to localize a lot more of the actual value chain of the charging systems. So from a job creation perspective, unfortunately, I didn't count the jobs, but we have over 100 electricians across the country that work for us. And as I said, we've done over 800 installations of charging systems. So that's typically the type of jobs that the teams would work. As Grid Cars, we've got a team of 26 people. We run a 24-hour call center. So if there's any challenges that you experience on the road, you can call in. We saw a lovely video about the road trip that was done down. I think the unique part of that road trip is that it was a group of people doing a road trip, but I've checked this morning, 2 people have driven to Cape Town already. We do about 1,000 trips in the last 12 months that have been done on the highway. So this is not new, and I think that's important. It's not charging on the highways is not really new. There's over 1,000 people that have done it in the last 12 months, and literally 2 of them today are on the highway driving. So based on that, the network is there, the infrastructure is there, and we're now starting to see the vehicles coming into the market aggressively. That's great for us because the more choice there is, I think the more people will realize that electric vehicles is the next phase of the automotive technology. I think what's important is it's not a choice. It's not we're choosing if we're going to go ICE, electric, hydrogen, gas, whatever the choices are. The future is electric. It's just that transition towards that.
Thank you, Winston. People still have that anxiety that they don't want to drive EVs with long distance because they don't know when they will get their next charging point or charging station. So maybe what then informed their distance in terms of kilometers in erecting the infrastructure, and did you experience any challenges when it comes to land ownership when you were erecting that? And maybe the last one again, you've mentioned that the pricing, what really guides the pricing in charging when you charge the consumers, what pricing model or structure that you use in charging that?
No, so maybe I think because as I said earlier, Grid Cars is a company that gets things done. So I have not seen serious challenges in the market. There is a view that government should get involved. I'm not of that view. I think we've got more important things for government to deal with in this country, like toilets at schools and things like that. So I really believe that government should keep a huge focus on delivering for the people of South Africa. Commercially, there's an opportunity within charging. It's not profitable today, so don't all think you're going to make money now. But strategically, it will become a profitable industry. And it depends on, have you got the ability to stay in the game for that time? Around land ownership, most of our chargers are being co-located with landowners. So you walk up to the landowner, you say, can we put a charger down? And he says, yes, we do it. We're not trying to buy land from government to build our own charging stations. And I don't think that South Africa would be in a position to do that, not for the next 5 to 10 years. So we don't foresee any serious challenges in facing or trying to roll out that market. We work closely with the municipalities and with people like Eskom. We don't really have power challenges in this country. Yes, there's load shedding. We need to deal with that. Yes, there are limits in certain places of the network. But as we said, 800 public chargers, all of those have been able to typically be installed without massive grid infrastructure expansion. So I think the idea is that the technology is out there if you choose the locations correctly and build that. So I think the bigger challenges will come in time. Once we've got to have 50 chargers in this area, that starts to become an interesting challenge. Now we've got to do local generation, etc. But if we need 5 or 10 in this area, the area can handle it. It's really not that would not be the challenge. Right now, it's about getting those first few chargers into every area. And as we see that grow, I think that's where the expansion comes from on that. But certainly nothing that makes rolling out a charging network impossible, other than finding lots and lots of money that's very, very patient.
And how much the charging?
Sorry, on the pricing. So So firstly, it's a free market. There's no price controls. And there should never be. The reason there shouldn't be price control is because effectively two chargers standing next to each other can offer different prices, and part of that difference can be how they're connected. It can be the speed of the charge. So if I've got a 200 kilowatt charger or I've got a 20 kilowatt charger, there should be a price difference because you're paying for that convenience. And based on that, the typical price in the market today is about 2/3 of the price of petrol. So if you look at what it costs you per kilometer for petrol, a typical charging session would cost you 1/3 less than what it would cost for that. Now, that's the, let's call it the public charging rate. But if you were charging on your own home, it's probably 1/3 of the price of petrol. And if you put up some solar, it's probably 1/5 of the price of petrol. So you start getting down to really, really fractional amounts of money compared to the normal thing. So generally in the public space, we've seen pricing between 5 Rand and 7 Rand per kilowatt hour, 7.50 Rand per kilowatt hour. And whereas in the solar and home space, it's as low as 25 cents per kilowatt hour. So it just depends how you do those calculations.
Thanks, Winston. I think the question for all my panel members, just think about the response before I go to Eskom, before I come to you. It will be taking from what Winston has just said with regards to the pricing, costing. It's what then will be the role of government into ensuring uniformity? What is it that the government has to do into ensuring the uniformity in terms of pricing? Just pick it and then I'll come back with everyone with the response. We are now going to our enabler, the person who will make things happen. Eskom. There's still this negativity that is hovering in everyone, that we cannot get enough of electricity to charge, and people are scared that they will wake up one day and then boom, it's dark. And that already it gives people that anxiety. So our green transport strategy called for cleaner technology and such as renewables. So my question then will be, does Eskom has enough grid capacity to handle EV demand, assuming we have rolled out full scale, 100%, everyone in South Africa has the EVs? And linking to that, have you considered to have any hybrid supply of electricity like solar and grid in one station?
Yeah. No, thanks very much for the question. Good morning, everyone. I think Mr. Jordan has already answered the question for me, in a sense that we do have charging stations that are already in place in the country, and so far we've never had any problems. But over and above that, I guess I can also be qualified to say that the issues of load shedding that you're talking about is something which is in the rearview mirror now. Today, I think we're sitting at 157 days without load shedding. And if you look at the period in which there was interruption, from the 1st of April to date, we have had only 26 hours of supply interruptions. And if you check where we're coming from, we used to have load shedding almost on a daily basis. But now we are at a point where 157 days without load shedding, and on the days that we had load shedding from the 1st of April is only 26 hours, not 26 days, 26 hours. All the interruptions that we've had. And before that break, we were left with almost 12 days to have 365 days without load shedding. So I guess, again, I can say that load shedding is something which is in the rearview mirror. We've got our scars, we've learned our lessons. We know as to like what are the things that need to be done to avoid having load shedding going forward. That is the first part. Now, the second one, you also mentioned issues of load reduction. Load reduction is a little bit different from load shedding in a sense that with load shedding, we're saying that our grid does not have adequate capacity to be able to supply the demand of electricity. But with load reduction, it's a different case in a sense that we will be having adequate capacity in the grid, but we'll implement load reduction as a precautionary measure from ESCOM to protect our infrastructure from premature failure of equipment as a result of the theft and the vandalism that is happening where people are connecting electricity illegally, ending up on overloading the infrastructure, of which if we don't manage that, if we don't have load reduction, we might end up damaging infrastructure. Like for example, the transformers that is used to supply electricity has got oil inside, which is in an enclosed unit that is sealed. Now, when you start abusing electricity and connect illegally and connect more load than what the system can be able to handle on that particular unit, then the oil inside the transformer start to boil, and obviously every equipment has got an elasticity limit. At some point it will give up and it will break, which can be very dangerous to the communities that are staying nearby that particular equipment. It can be life-threatening. So we do implement load reduction to allow the equipment to be able to cool down so that when we switch it on, then we'll know that it will be safe. It is a bit of an inconvenience, but at the same time, it is necessary for us to be able to save lives. However, we are currently working on a program of replacing the old metering system into smart meters that we can be able to switch off remotely on those people that are tampering on equipment. And I believe that based on the matching orders that were given by the minister, in the next 12 to 18 months, we will have been able to eradicate load reduction as well, because we are busy with a program for rolling out of smart meters. So I guess I can safely say that we are ready and the system is ready and we can be able to accommodate the technology. Now on the last one, on the issue of accommodating different technologies or renewable energy as a means of charging the infrastructure for electric vehicles chargers. As ESCOM, we do embrace that. I think as part of our commitment to the greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the reduction of the carbon footprint, there's a number of initiatives that are being done from ESCOM to ensure that we've got our fair contribution towards that. One of the things that we have done, or that we are doing, firstly, we have adopted the utilization of electric vehicles in ESCOM. We had a pilot where we bought 20 electric vehicles so that we can be able to put them in the field and test if these vehicles, can they be able to handle the type of work that we do in the field with our vehicles. And that pilot was a success. For the current financial year, we have ordered, or we are going to buy, of which about 84 has already been ordered, but our commitment is to buy 125 electric vehicles in the current financial year. And our commitment is that by 2035, all ESCOM vehicles that we are using are going to be electric vehicles. It is going to be an exception if we still have those that will not be electric vehicles, but we are appreciating that in distribution only, in distribution only we've got over 8,700 vehicles that we are using on a daily basis. Those vehicles, we travel on average about 12 million kilometers in a month. Now you can imagine the contribution of the carbon emissions that if we convert all that to electric vehicles, we are going to be doing our part to ensure that by 2035 or before that, we'll have given our fair share of reduction of the carbon footprint in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mashangu. I think ESCOM is ready. We should just buy electric vehicles. I see there's some time, 15:24, 3:2, is it my timer? So that then I'm aware that I'm left with 15 minutes in this panel discussion. And if that's the thumbs up, then we still have time, we can relax. So maybe to all the panel members, we've had the challenges and everything, but then we need solutions. And we need some guidance as the government on what is it that we can do as the government. And I think I've posed a question for all of you, and so you must think. And another one is, again, what can South Africa learn from other developing countries when it comes to EV transition? I mean, we are seeing that Ethiopia, it's running, it's no longer moving, it's running. We see Rwanda, we see Kenya, things are happening. So what can South Africa do or learn from those other countries? If I can have any of you to respond, and then, yeah, we'll be happy.
Thank you. So I think from South Africa's point of view, it's to deal with the policy gap. Whether we look from skills development, whether we look from tax and customs, whether we look at transportation, anything and everything, it stems from the policy. And I'm glad that business has taken an initiative that with or without the policy changes and implementation, the business is doing that which it needs to do. We always engage with government to make sure that which we do, at least we're still within the parameters of the law. However, as business, we have taken an initiative to engage with government to say, this is what we want to bring into the country. How best can you create a conducive environment for us to be able to function? And secondly is that for this to come to light and we rapidly grow the same as other countries, is that business needs to invest in doing this. Of course, we need partnership with government, but most businesses, they start these businesses with their own funding. So it's a question of making sure that businesses that are interested in green mobility, they engage government, they understand the landscape of automotive industry, especially the electric vehicle value chain, not only the vehicles only or the chargers only, the value chain, and make sure that at least that which they do, one, it contributes in making sure that South Africa participate in the NEV, and secondly, we build the skills that are fit for purpose, that are going to support the business that we are bringing into the country, and that on its own, it will grow the economy, it will also contribute in reduction of the carbon emission. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me from government is, and well, let's say, take the leadership of what ESCOM is doing, and that set an aggressive target to be fully electric within your departments, etc. So, as I say, really happy with what ESCOM is doing. The only problem, I must apologize, ahead, and that is that 2035 is too late. Okay, if you're targeting 2035 to have 100% electric vehicles in your fleet, I think we are missing the opportunity for South Africa to be part of this industry. We will simply be buyers of technology from other countries. That target is going to be 2028 or 2030 at the longest. That's how aggressive we've got to be. It is not infeasible to say that within the next 3 years, every single new government vehicle will be an electric vehicle. That'll show the commitment from government. The hesitation, you mentioned maybe, I think you indicated range anxiety. I always say range anxiety is a perception problem, and it's not a reality problem. When people drive electric cars, they do not experience it. The people who think they want to drive electric cars are the ones who experience range anxiety, so perception. The other part of this drive, and that is where government making the commitment, and I think again was hinted on the conversation here, and that is that because people here, we're talking about electricity, and they see government has got a very non-committed drive towards electric. I think, what are we saying, 5% by 2030 or something, according to the white paper. That non-commitment means that the public looks and says, load shedding, even though government doesn't want to move across to electric vehicles. And it's causing that delay that's going to hurt us commercially in this country. So I believe that government has got to take a strong stand. Personally, I would like the president to stand up tomorrow, have a family meeting, and say, as of tomorrow, no other government vehicle will ever be purchased that is not electric. What that will do is it will straight away bring more vehicles into the country. It'll straight away make the guys who bring vehicles bring the right types of vehicles, because everybody will be under pressure to change fast. And that will convey the right message to the public that government is committed, that even if there may be a load shedding problem, we will solve it, because we're onto these things. And I think that's the realistic thing to look for.
Sorry, can I just add?
Yes, you have time. We have time, 9 minutes.
So, as Volt High, we understood that the NEV cannot grow itself. We have another partner from China, and we are in initial stages with the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. And this is an initiative where we're going to have an assembly plant of a 16-seater minibus taxi in South Africa. And we are also engaging the taxi industry. And this on its own, we currently have more than 280,000 fuel taxis on the road. So imagine if we can only deal with the taxis, how much of electric vehicles we're going to rapidly see on the road. And the second to that, I think we have to think smarter. As South Africans, sometimes we want to see things. When we are in China and Dubai and everywhere else, they have what they call a green digital number plate. Why not having it in South Africa? Because this, at least, it will create visibility to everyone in South Africa to say, I have seen a car with a green number plate. What does that number plate mean? And the more you see them on the road, the more it triggers a customer interest. And the customer interest, it means I'm gonna go and buy the taxi. We've got also clients from the car hiring services and hospitality industry. The more we have the uptake of electric vehicles in those spaces, it says to the driver of the car, who is not actually owning the car, to say, I have experience driving an electric vehicle. What will it mean to own one myself as an individual, but not as a driver of a electric vehicle at work only, or electric vehicle at work. So we need to create visibility more than talking about it, because as he indicated, more people are kind of like reluctant to enter, to buy the NEVs because of many challenges. But if they see more of them on the road, then that will definitely increase the appetite of buying the NEV. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I can add from the ESCOM side, as part of an enabler, over and above buying electric vehicles, we have committed, and we have already started doing that. We are installing electric vehicle chargers in our units, in our offices, including in the deep rural areas in the Tshwane. As Kathy earlier on was saying that, can I drive up to Tshwane with an electric vehicle without having any problem? So lucky enough, we do have ESCOM network all over South Africa. Like I've indicated that as ESCOM will be rolling out electric vehicles in the entire country, and we have committed that we are going to be rolling out, we've already started doing that, rolling out charging points in all our ESCOM offices. And we are supporting that with renewable energy, which is solar, to make sure that we are charging using green energy as well. And I think by so doing, it will give a lot of people comfort to say that if I'm driving into the rural area and I've got an electric vehicle, I can go to the ESCOM office, I can be able to charge my electric vehicle, and I can be able to have adequate capacity to be able to drive back to where I'm staying. So I think I do take the point that Mr. Jordan is raising to say that we need to accelerate. And of course, if resources does allow, we have seen the benefit of using electric vehicles over the lifespan of the vehicle. Maybe with such saving that we can be able to have from the maintenance and operations of the vehicles, we can be able to put back some of the money into buying or accelerating the program such that we do it much earlier. But yes, our plan or our commitment is that we are in support of electric vehicles. We are already doing it, and we've made that commitment to say that we are transitioning, and we're not only doing it for ESCOM, we are also installing charging infrastructure in public places. For Gauteng, I know that the waterfall, we are going to be installing one there, Maponya Mall, and the airport, I know in Cape Town as well, will be installing the airport in George. So we are going to be participating not only in ESCOM infrastructure or offices only, but even in public places so that the public can be able to have an opportunity to utilize our charging points whenever they do so. And in benefit, like I'm saying that we'll start having electricity in abundance. It is going to be business for us because each and everyone will be charging. They will be buying energy from ESCOM, and it's going to be making us to be financially sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm left with 3 minutes, and I wanted to open the floor for our participants if they have questions. If we have questions from the floor, can we take maybe 1, 2, and then we close off this panel discussion? I'll start from this side. If I can see one hand, that side, and then if none, then I'll move to closing remarks. Okay, I see there's a hand that side, one. This side, do we have a hand? Going one, twice, there's none. That side, do we have a hand? No. Okay, we only have one hand that side. Then we can, oh, there's a hand. So we have 1, 2. Thanks. Yes, you can go.
Oh, thank you. I just want to ask a question to the panel concerning the charging model of the EVs. My interest is that since now we're in this transition, and then we have the normal fuel price of petrol and diesel, and then there are some components that make up that price, that liter per price. So now, the one that for the EVs, is it going to be inclusive of maybe, for an example, the fuel levy that will then talk to the RAF? So did you maybe consider that? Because there is a worry that maybe when we are on 50% transition going towards maybe 100%, the RAF fund will be affected, and yet these cars are still on South Africa's roads, and then there will still be accidents that will occur. So what will then happen when that scenario comes to place? Thank you.
Please indicate the question. It was for everyone in the panel or some specific?
Oh, it was directed to the credit cards because they are the ones that are actually having that pricing at the moment.
Okay, thanks. I have a hand here, and then we'll do a final round. There was a hand that's yes. Please take the floor.
So this question is directed to the First Lady.
Kathy.
On the far right, yeah. So I heard her speaking about they took a couple of students to China to upskill them, to get them to a position where jobs are being created and whatnot, right? So my question now is, with this industry as a whole, there's a couple of different mechanics, technicians that are already part of the industry with the engines that we currently have now. So what is the the method or the way to involve them in this transition from combustion engines to electric vehicles? How are we going to upskill them to make sure that they don't get left behind?
Sure. Yeah, so I think the first part of the question around the insurance, it's certainly something that I think nobody on this stage is really qualified to answer to, but it is not something we haven't looked at. So firstly, there is a centralized payment system in the country already. It runs on an international best practice standard on how those payments work. And ultimately, those systems run through, you can think of it like the bank, in the banking world, you have BankServe. So all banking transactions between banks go via BankServe. That's the transfer mechanism. So there is a mechanism like that within the payment system in South Africa. So should there need to be a tax applied to transport, let's say, usage, that's the place it would be done. The next part of it is to look and understand what electric does to the economy. So I think the World Health Organization said that South Africa incurred about 200 billion rands worth of medical fees for clean air under the Clean Air Act. So based on the fact that we have pollution in the environment, about 200 billion rand is spent on looking after those people. If we move away from that and we clean up the tailpipe, and we have a cleaner environment with new renewable energies and all of these new technologies, that 200 billion becomes available within the fiscus. The second thing is because we're not spending as much money on fuel now, so remember I said a third in public, maybe a fifth in the normal space. So I think the current fuel bill in this country is about 400 and something billion from the last memory I have of it. So that would mean that this translates to 50 to 100 billion in electricity, so a fifth of that. And if that is the case, that's another 300 to 400 billion that's active in the economy. So the whole economy, a proper economist has got to have a look at this because the whole economy will transition in a different way. It'll operate differently. So we don't need to collect the fees in the same places. And yes, on the last one, which is the insurance thing, I think we're going to bring back third-party licenses. It's something that we used to have in this country. It was added into the fuel as a tax, but ultimately it should really have remained a license. Rest of the world, most of them still work with licenses. They haven't added in as fuel taxes. So I think that transition we will see because you do need to cover that as third-party insurance.
Thank you, Winston. Kathy?
Thanks. Just to one word probably to add is, as I indicated earlier, policy from government is the one that regulates how we play the game on the South African land. So the issues that he has raised, I think they need to be incorporated into the policy. And thanks, Department of Transport, it's here facilitating. You heard it from the horse's mouth. So coming to the question from this side, she did mention that there is a green skills paper that actually it talks to the skills that are required. And again, on our own, in partnership with AIDC, we drafted what we call the EV skills development paper that allows us to work around what curriculum do we have in South Africa and what are the gaps that we have in South Africa. And we are also engaging the institutions of higher learning, including the MERSITA. This will enable us to upskill and reskill those that have the ICE knowledge of dealing with the technical response in the vehicles. And also that also will help us in the EV infrastructure rollout. So those that we have trained, they are now helping us to train others. Our partnership with AIDC, at the core of it, it's about skills development. So we are going to have notifications, as you may want to call it, or a proposal where we're inviting those that want to enroll in those particular trainings so that we can train them to be ready for this NEV that we are talking about. But I am pleased to indicate that institutions of higher learning and other private service providers, they have been doing their best to provide skills development that is preparing those that currently have the ICE knowledge and skills to transition into the NEV. But I'm here, we can engage further, but there are a concerted effort to make sure that we transition those that have ICE to EV skills and knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah. Just 2 quick points on that. And the first thing is, bottom line is we need more electricians and less mechanics. And it's electrician. Go and study to be an electrician if you want to be participating in this bigger part of the industry. There's no special skill for working on a charger unless you're working for a OEM like ourselves that's manufacturing. And then the second part of it is, if you talk to any traditional mechanic that would be working in a BMW or in Audi or something like that, every one of those guys has already been through training, some of them overseas, some of them locally. So all of them are already multi-skilled. They can already work on electric systems. They understand how to do that. So these transitions, while we talk about it from a distance, are already absolutely happening at the grassroots level. Otherwise, how do we support the 15,000 NEVs that are in the country? They are supported by people who have those skills. They are typically trained by the OEM themselves, specifically for that technology.
Thanks, Winston. My clock says time is up. But I see there's a hand, and maybe if we can, I know I'm standing between you and lunch, if not mistaken. Program Director, are you giving me 5 more minutes and wrap? Thank you. I'll take that hand and then we will wrap up. Thanks.
Thank you very much for squeezing my question in. I'm Philip from Zero Carbon Charge. We build off-grid charging stations to connect the cities. Based on what Winston from GridCars said about the government needing to be more aggressive about the adoption of electric vehicles, rather aim for 100% of their fleets being electric vehicles by 2030, I want to ask, would you advocate for lower import taxes on electric vehicles, or at least the import taxes to match what's being imposed on internal combustion engine vehicles? And also, by changing the import taxes, would that also benefit the economy at large and South Africa at large?
Yeah, okay, I'll jump in on this one. I think it's one of the controversial ones. So firstly, personally, not a big fan. I wouldn't worry about trying to change the taxes. I think we're in an environment where the taxes are what they are. Maybe just importantly, if I can quickly do this by show of hands, who thinks there's a special EV tax that makes EVs more expensive than petrol cars? Just put your hand in the air for me quickly. Just around. Okay, so firstly, that's not true. Okay, so there is no EV tax. All taxes between vehicles are equivalent. There is no difference in terms of differentiating a vehicle. The only physical difference is that vehicles coming from Europe, from the EU, there was a trade deal done, and I don't know the details of the trade deal, but somewhere along the line, somebody said, if you give us a discount on the taxes for these 5 vehicle categories, then we will sell you chicken at a lower price. Okay, something to that effect. A real trade deal, Trump type stuff, okay? But it was a fair one, not like a Trump deal. So the idea is that there was a trade deal done that resulted in particular vehicles coming from Europe has come in at 18% instead of 25%. And it just so happens that at the time that they did this deal in the 60s, there was no such thing as an electric vehicle. So the electric vehicles are not included in the trade deal. So that does mean that vehicles coming from Europe come in at 25%, which is the standard international tax for electric vehicles for South Africa. Whereas if they're non-electric, they'll come in at 18%. But if vehicles come in from America and from China, identical taxes. There's no difference at all. And in fact, there's even questions now about whether vehicles coming from the UK were no longer part of the European Union, they probably are going to end up paying 25% anyway, because the European Union deal was a union deal, not a UK deal. And since they've left the union, there is debate around how that'll work. So yes, I do think we should try to get EVs included in that 7% reduction for Europe. It makes sense, but it's going to be a barter. Somebody's going to be saying, guys, we want to have a lower tax on EVs, and the counter to that would be, okay, what do we get for it? So typical Trump question. You know, Trump doesn't want to do anything for nothing, and these big trade deals are like that. So there will be a barter to decide how does that work, but the rest of the world, the taxes are all absolutely identical. There is no physical difference between them. I'm glad I've educated a big group on that.
Thank you, Winston. DTIC was here yesterday. If they are not here today, I will relay the message to them because they are looking at that kind of a model. With that being said, maybe I can just do a quick way forward. I would have loved my panel members to do a closing remarks, but I'm looking at time. So with that, what we had from the discussions today, it's as government, we need to set an example by buying electric vehicles or new energy vehicles, and we need to set a target on rolling out the electric vehicles by certain year. Then this is how much we will see. And I think the department with their transport just transition plan, they are trying to look at something along these lines to say by 2030 this is how much of EV sales should be in the country. And we heard about skills development, and then we heard about dealing on policy gaps, looking at policy gaps, building partnerships, investments, and putting them into the good cause. We heard about government to provide support, and also we need, we need to build EV infrastructure in advance so that we can support the adoption of EVs. And also we heard about the good news that the plant will be assembled here in South Africa for the manufacturing of parts, and also that will give us the prospects of job creation, and the important one that Eskom is ready. So let's buy EVs. Let's go there and be green. And lastly, to say I heard Winston talking about issues of equality and everything. Maybe I would also like to say, if you are following the G20 issues, last week there was a meeting on environment and climate sustainability working group, and then the ministerial discussion there, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, they have declared that they have adopted the ministerial declaration on equality, so we are moving there. And lastly, I would like to say, let's move sustainably. Green transport, let us be green. Thank you very much. Thank you to my panel members, and thank you to everyone.
All right, can we have a photographer just come take a quick picture of the panel, please? With me. Are there any photographers standing by? I don't see any. All right, we might have to do this after. Yeah, we might have to do this a little bit later. So I'm going to excuse you from the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause, please. Thank you. That was absolutely insightful, wasn't it? And I know that Ms. Pulani is encouraging all of us to buy electric cars. I'm waiting for ESCOM to have everybody on an electric car. And then, only then, will I be encouraged enough to go and get one. I want to see all the workers get to work and back and around the country without difficulty. Ladies and gentlemen, we did promise that our program today was going to be short and sweet, and we certainly are going to ensure that we keep to that promise. To come and wrap things up for the day and close the program for us, I'm going to invite the AIDC chairperson to come onto stage. While she does that, I'm going to ask that we please bring the podium back onto the stage so that she's able to put her notes on that podium. So technical, if we can please get that podium back up on stage, and then after that, we'll be ready to welcome her. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the AIDC chairperson, Melanie van Eck. As you can see, she's got a laptop, so she wasn't going to get up without the podium. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Kathy, and thank you to the people who've been patient enough to wait for us to finish this program. Kathy's right, I am intimidated because of my height, and that's why I wanted a podium, to just pretend that I'm slightly elevated, so you can see. I'm taller than Mr. Africa, I think. Everybody is, and I'm elevated by the hills. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, leaders, and colleagues. As we conclude this remarkable two-day journey of the New Energy Vehicle Summit, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone who participated, from policymakers. Oh, I'm not heard. Okay. Let me start again. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, colleagues, partners, and industry leaders. As we conclude this remarkable two-day journey of the New Energy Vehicle Summit, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to every participant, from policymakers, industry executives, and innovators, educators, and young entrepreneurs, for the passion and purpose you have brought to these discussions. We have seen with the panel that has discussed previously here that there's really a lot of passion, there's really a lot of insight, there's really a lot of learnings that we've gotten. And I guess yesterday, as we had a few panel discussions and a few keynote addresses, we really got to know that the industry is moving forward. So over the past 2 days, we have not only shared insights, we have highlighted a shared vision and reignited it. A vision of an automotive industry that is inclusive, sustainable, and globally competitive. The conversations around electric mobility, skills development, localization, and innovation have underscored one fundamental truth. The future of mobility in South Africa will only be meaningful if it is transformative. And that for me is one of the most important things that we have to talk about. Whilst we're busy innovating, whilst we're busy progressing, whilst we're busy making new moves in this industry, we must never forget the transformation agenda. And I guess this is something that we speak about more often than not in the AIDC, in every government platform that we get an opportunity to speak about it, where we want to see the sector transform, and we have an opportunity to do that with the NEV Summit, and we can put it at the center of our agenda as well. The NEV transition is not merely about replacing combustion engines with batteries. It's about driving social and economic transformation. It's about ensuring that women, young people, and communities historically left behind are now placed at the center of this change. Technologies of tomorrow must empower the people of today. As MEC Lebogang Maile aptly stated yesterday at the summit, the NEV revolution is not about vehicles. It's about building sustainable industrial ecosystem that creates jobs, fosters skills, and positions Gauteng as Africa's automotive powerhouse. The message captures the very essence of why we are here, to turn policy and potential into purpose and progress. Now, when we listened to everybody speaking yesterday, and when we have been listening to the panels and their inputs, there's one common message that came about, and I think we have to really say it as the AIDC, GGDA, and TASES, that our aim was always to have people converge, have a conversation, but after each conversation, we have tangible things that we want to implement. And I must say that with all of the summits and with all of the conferences and all of the conversations that we've had in the sector, often when we go back, our CEOs are more than ready to turn these things into practical programs that will enhance and empower the automotive sector. So in relation to that, we have really identified a few key recommendations that we will use as a way forward. You know, as we reflect on these insights, shared several key recommendations and next steps emerged from our collective dialogue. So it's all of us that spoke about these things that actually got us to this point where we identified a few things that we can immediately do. And one of them is strengthen industry collaboration. I think the people around the dialogues that we've had, government departments, various public entities that were here to come and say what they are doing are now going to collaborate, and they are going to design programs that are responsive to the quest of NEV, you know. So the public and private sectors must move beyond the dialogue only and have structured partnerships that accelerates the NEV adoption, investment, and local manufacturing capabilities. I'm happy Kathy has been able to tell us that she is working with the AIDC and TASES, and I guess various other government departments in manufacturing, in the work that they do. We've also had the other gentleman here telling us about the ability. They've been seeing this vision a long time ago, since 2002 in the sector, have been building charging stations, and that's a response. And as government, we are ready to come and support that response. And you heard the ESCOM gentleman also talking about the fact that, you know, ESCOM is ready. And I heard the conversation that said ESCOM must buy, you know, electric vehicles, and they are going to buy electric vehicles. I think for me, as I sat there, I spoke to the group chairperson and I said, you know, there is a few steps that we have to retrace in this value chain. First and foremost, why are we always attracted to becoming consumers rather than producers? And we have producers that have actually sat here and said we are doing something about it. So instead of saying government just buy, let's start by educating our consumer base. And then let's go beyond educating them about what the NEV is. So we've been talking to industry leaders here, we've been talking to government, we've been talking to potential partners, private sectors that are in the space. We're extending our space to the broader communities that we serve. And I always tell the CEO that, you know, it's important for us to bring those people on board as well. And I often tell the story of myself being a young lady, growing up in a township, in Pretoria, Eersterus, the anchor of the township's labor force was Ford. And Ford has created and sustained many families through the work that they do in the automotive sector. But what is my wish, and why did I come to bring young people into the sector, is because I want to see future leaders. And I often say that apart from having known that people are working at Ford because it's in closer proximity to our communities, I never knew that there was a value chain that we can participate in and that we can create young entrepreneurs there. I never even knew from the age of from having been in grade 10, what it is to participate in the entrepreneurial side of what the automotive sector has to offer. Now, when we talk about localization and supply chain development, we must intensify support for local suppliers, particularly Black-owned and women-owned enterprises, ensuring that they are fully integrated into the NEV value chain. I'm very, very passionate about skills and youth development. South Africa's youth unemployment rate remains unacceptably high, and it was said by the First Lady that came here from the presidency. It was really heartfelt. You know, it's something that when we look at it, and I think she speaks from the perspective of a mother as well, because as our kids grow, you know, you either get them ready for the workforce or you get them ready to be a business person. And how difficult is it for them to be independent post you taking care of them? So our passion for youth, for skills development and youth, especially amongst our young people, is really high. And that's why the AIDC has programs that are working. So we're not talking about our intent to do this. We have programs, it's responsive, it's working. It brings about young people that are in the automotive sector. Our CEO is busy expanding to communities that have not been touched. We can only do it one community at a time, but we really try to do our best in relation to that. So when you look at the 45% unemployment rate of young people under 35, it demands urgent and deliberate action. I'm therefore proud to announce that the AIDC will launch, and the CEO said it, the Center of Excellence for Skills Development. And having said that, it's not that government has not been doing something in relation to skills development. He's got all of the statistics that relates to that. But we've got what we call the Gauteng Automotive Learning Centre, which is the anchor for skills development in our province in relation to the automotive sector. So on the 31st of October, we'll be launching the Center of Excellence. It is at the AIDC, and this is our contribution as well. And this initiative will serve as a dedicated platform to equip young people with future-ready skills whilst collaborating with other higher learning institutions like UJ. We've heard from somebody from UJ this morning. We've had a signing ceremony with TUT, the Tshwane University of Technology, and we've got Chrisnell SA that we've also been working with in enhancing our skills development initiatives. We are going to try and particularly focus our efforts on battery technology, software engineering, and advanced manufacturing and sustainable mobility. And I think I want to encourage young people that are sitting here, because I think, Angeli, most of the young people that are here today are people that we've gotten to utilize their platforms to get our message across. However, what I want to implore when we have gatherings of this nature is for us to bring industry leaders, government departments, private sector, and young people who are raw, who does not know of the sector, so that they can also come and learn, and we might ignite their interest in the sector. So we must always have room for that. In doing so, I know I always take initiative to do whatever I'm given, whenever I'm given the platform to do so. I even called my son up this morning, he studies at UJ, and I said, come with a few friends of yours and see what we do in the NEV space. I can't see him. I hope he's sitting here somewhere and listening, and he's not roaming around because he likes cars more than listening to lectures. But the important thing is that let's get as many young people as possible on board, and let's get as many young people to learn about what we are doing on a daily basis. It is the AIDC's direct response to the unemployment crisis, the skills development, because when we speak with the CEO, he often says that, we want to equip people to be able to be employable tomorrow. So we've got a lot of university graduates that are also sitting there and they are saying that, I am unemployed, but I have a degree. What do? We are giving them skills that are making them workforce ready. Kathy spoke about the learnings in China and the opportunities that we have at the AIDC are vast. TASES has also training opportunities, and I guess the DTIC, as a government entity, will also have room for us to expand on these training initiatives because we need to have people that are going to respond to the current needs of NEV, of the industry that is growing at a fast pace, and we need to have skills that are ready and responsive. We spoke about industry and inclusive policy implementation. I'm happy to have seen that over the past 2 days, there's really been voices from various angles. And important to that is that government must now go back and incorporate some of those ideas into our policy instruments so that we can be responsive. If we want the economy to grow, we can no longer just sit and make theory-based policies that are not responsive to what is required on the day. Sustainability as a core value, we say as we move forward toward green mobility, environmental sustainability and social equity must remain inseparable pillars for our progress. As the AIDC and as part of the broader GGDA family, we remain fully committed to supporting the implementation of these outcomes, not as a once-off summit resolution, but as a sustained collaborative action plan that will shape South Africa's automotive landscape for decades to come. To our partners in government, industry, and academia, the time for alignment and execution is now. To the young people sitting in this room and the ones that have got audiences that moves beyond this room, your innovation and your curiosity are a true fuel for the future. And you are the guys that are going to live with us beyond us. Many of my age mates, including our presenter, this morning when I spoke to my husband about the NEV Summit, the first question they asked, it's like Kathy is from the north, is that, will that car be able to take me to Limpopo and back? And then I think in his head, there is no way that you can charge in Limpopo. So he thinks Limpopo and back. So I said, I don't know, but we must ask the people that are leading us. And I think I often say that if at our level, we are so skeptical about the infrastructure that we have, the ability of these cars to take us forward, why would we trust that other people should do it and do it without any knowledge? So Andile, one of the key recommendations that we want to make to the group as they lead us is that we need to go on a stakeholder education drive. And when I say stakeholder education drive, I'm not talking about the people that know about the NEVs. I'm talking about those that don't know. Your constituencies around Roslyn, your people in Gauteng that really, when they hear about an NEV car, they see red flags because they see Eskom not having the infrastructure for them to be able to charge. We must also be able to tell people what the consumer benefits are. So it's a consumer drive. And I think we can't leave it to the private sector only to speak about these things. I mean, we must drive that initiative. We must be the ones as government to talk about this and to tell our people what it is to own an electric motor vehicle. And if we can buy into it, Kathy, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to drive one next year. But if we can buy into it, it will be much easier for the rest of the people to buy into it. Gauteng, as the economic hub of South Africa, and in fact the economic hub of Africa, must lead in moving that infrastructure forward. We've seen announcements from BYD saying that they will be rolling out 200 charging stations, I think, all over South Africa. And I then said to my colleagues in the board that, Gauteng must be driving that because you've seen with the advent of the Chinese vehicles being imported into South Africa, the consumer base started in Gauteng. And we must be able to be more than just consumers. So really, I think, Andile, it's something that we need to, it's high on our agenda, that we must be part of the journey, not only to just educate and consume on import, but we must be, in order for us to realize that target of localization, let's be part of the journey to roll out this infrastructure as well. And let's have an investment as government, because we can't expect private sector to come and roll out these things and then we do nothing and we fold our hands. But in closing, you know, I want to, I said it before, that to the young people, your innovation and curiosity are the true fuel of the future. The women in this industry, your leadership, your resilience, and your brilliance are not just welcome, they are essential to driving this transformation forward. I mean, I'm happy to see, you know, it's small steps that we're taking, but it is making a big dent. The participation of women in this dialogue, in the summit, for me was essential to showcase that, you know, we are not only talking transformation, because that's what we've been putting on the agenda every day. But I'm happy to say thank you, CEO, for being responsive, because the responses that I get from various young people, from various women groups, formations that are there, is that, you know, the AIDC and TAZES are leading in supporting women to come on board in this. So there I must take my hat off, because it's something that for a year I've been speaking about, and you've really come to the party. And in absentia, I don't see the CEO of TAZES. I would really like to thank and extend my gratitude to him as well. Oh, right in front of me, for the efforts that you're making, gentlemen. I know sometimes when we speak about, you know, transformation and women involvement and so on, it looks like, you know, it's a gender issue driven by a female. But if I have men around me that are willing to open the doors and say that we are going to lead teams that will be inclusive of women, I must say I take my hat off for that. I am led by a gentleman at the group level, Mr. Craig Cornish, and more often than not, we do speak about the issues of transformation, and they are very supportive, and we've got an executive authority that does that as well. Lastly, I would like to convert one of my board members, and I often say that to him, into a feminist, because the word feminism is not linked to only being female. So you can drive the agenda of feminism, Mr. Leon Marinkovic, without being a female. So Princess is also on the board, and she's one of the ladies that are really trying to help me steer the ship with the men that we have in the industry. So in closing, let us remember that progress is not only measured by the cars that we build, but by the lives that we change. The NEV journey in South Africa is South Africa's opportunity to redefine the mobility, industry, and inclusion, and together we have taken a significant step forward. Thank you for your invaluable contributions, your dedication, and your vision. May the conversations that started here yesterday continue to drive meaningful change long after the summit has ended. Let us move forward, driving transformation, innovation, and empowerment for a sustainable and inclusive automotive sector and future. Thank you.
Well, a big thank you to the AIDC chairperson. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's brought us to the end of our program for today. I don't know why she's going so far, because usually I'm told that at the end of events of this nature, this stage becomes a little bit like the Oprah show, right? Except I don't know if everybody's going to get a gift, but certainly there's some gifts that she has in store that she would like to share with some members of the team. So I'm going to hand over to you to do the gift ceremony before we officially wrap things up.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kathy. Colleagues, maybe just as a last gesture again, it is to say thank you to the engine room of the AIDC and the GGDA. You know, more often than not, and I told the presenter, our program director, in the morning, we sit here and we have all of these nice things. Now, the chairperson and the board members, we appear. And there's an engine room that really does the work for us. And those people are more often than not recognized on the platforms that are necessary. So we say thank you to them as we move out. And you saw one of them just gave me a package as I went to go and sit down. Earlier on, when they gave a package to the CEO, he said, I don't need that. Because I think the guilt is with us that more often than not, we don't give back enough. So this is not from government coffers, but on behalf of the board, and I took this initiative, CEOs, I say both you, Andile and Bega, to just give our team, that is the engine room, and the ladies behind this conference, a small token of appreciation. And I bought something small for them. So I'm going to allow the gentlemen, Leon, Princess, and Craig, and Andile. I've got 10 packages, and it's going to go to Fuzi, Reransu, the team of the AIDC that really sits with us all the time. Can you guys come up, and the chairperson of the group and the board members will hand over the token of appreciation to you. Thank you. You guys come. Vega, you also come, and CEO. Where is the team? And they are sitting outside trying to make sure that lunch is ready. Fuzi. So they are the ones that must come. And I know women like chocolates. That's why we made sure that they all just get chocolates. Yeah, yes. It's the ladies of the AIDC, like I call.
The future of mobility is here. South Africa is driving towards a greener future with the EV Summit 2025. Join us in Gauteng as we bring together global leaders and investors, industry experts and pioneers, academics, innovators, and the mining sector. Participate in the EV components manufacturing and mineral beneficiation. Connect, collaborate, and invest in the electric vehicle revolution and be part of shaping South Africa's next chapter in automotive innovation. Register to attend the Electric Vehicle Summit and purchase exhibition space to showcase your electric vehicle solutions. The EV Summit, driving Gauteng towards a green automotive economy. Let's drive the future. Register now.
Well, by all means, a very informative session here at the Gallagher Estate. So it's all about the NEV sector and the opportunities that are presented by this particular sector, especially because it's all about fighting climate change as well. This is South Africa's one of the key pillars for South Africa's G20 presidency. But joining us now to hear from the perspective of Gauteng government, we're joined by MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Lebogang Maile. So MEC, once again, thank you so much for your time. I think we cannot run away from the issue of the geopolitical issues and how it's affecting the automotive sector. But let's look at the importance of today, MEC, especially in the context of Gauteng, how you're positioning yourself as a key hub for new EVs.
Thank you very much. You are correct. The geopolitical developments have got serious implications, especially for the automotive sector in South Africa, because as you know, we are a serious player in the sector as South Africa. You will know that 22% of the manufacturing activities that are taking place in South Africa, the automotive sector contributes about that percentage, 22%. So we have a very important role to play, and the sector employs at least 110,000 people in formal jobs. So we've got a very, very, very important role to play, and you can't ignore the developments. So as Gauteng government, we thought it's important to firstly mobilize everyone in the sector so that we can speak with one voice, we can plan together, we can agree on what are the challenges, and we can put a program in place. And that's why we have commissioned the CSIR through one of our entities, AIDC, to develop a strategy for the new energy vehicles. And they've completed that strategy. We will be unveiling it and rolling it out. And that is part of our economic development plan.
And let me see, obviously, I would imagine the issue of job creation, it's very key. For green economy, what could be the opportunities, especially as a way of allaying fears from the people? I mean, with every radical change, there's always skepticism, there's always resistance.
No, definitely. And but at this point, I think the situation is so desperate that all of us and the people want anything that can help grow the economy, anything that can create jobs. But of course, it must not be at the expense of the environment. So there are certain fundamental non-negotiables like protecting the environment, protecting our interests, and making sure that we look at new and future industries and look at what are the things that can help us fast track the development of the different economic sectors, which includes looking at our minerals like lithium, nickel, how do we optimize them. One of the things we're saying here is that the national government is already putting a strategy on how to exploit and leverage our natural resources.
I mean, see, what about the lessons from the likes of China? It appears to be leading in the EVs, and you're part of BRICS, you're part of G20. I would imagine there's quite a lot of peer sharing exercises there.
China is a star performer in many areas, and I think they have mastered the art of execution. One of the things we can learn from them is perfecting that art of the execution. Because we've got a lot of good plans, but we move a bit slow in implementing. So we will also be working on sharpening our skills and ability to implement.
Before we let you go, Mr., the issue of energy security has been a major issue in South Africa. I mean, even now we talk about just energy transition. So how do we ensure that, for example, the infrastructure is rolled out, but also be able to provide, this new revolution, so to speak?
The good thing is that the Minister of Energy a few days ago has made a bold declaration that we are on the verge of completely eradicating load shedding. And that is good news. But he went further to say we are also looking at the affordability of the energy. And I think it's important for consumers, for households, and for business. Because if energy is reliable, it's affordable, it means we will be able to be more productive and be able to have a lot of other activities as part of reindustrializing.
All right. Mr. Maile, thank you so much indeed, sir, for your time. So obviously quite a lot here as expected. It's a two-day, a very inaugural session where the industry players, the policymakers, and many other stakeholders are here at the Gallagher Estates. So stay tuned for more comprehensive coverage.